Yes, Mr. Lancaster.
Commissioner, in this hearing block I appear with Ms Phillips.
Commissioner, I appear for the 7 Jewish peak bodies and the CSGs.
Yes, Ms Lyons.
May it please the Commission, my name is Melican. I appear with Ms Coulson for the Commonwealth.
Thank you, Mr Melick.
Commissioner, my name is Bala, B-H-A-L-L-A. I'm here for the state of New South Wales, and Ms Cullen is appearing for the hearing today.
Thank you, Mr Bala.
Commissioner, I should also say that this hearing block extends until next Monday when we're back in Sydney.
Yes.
On Monday I'll also be appearing with Ms Jones. This week the Commission turns to examine security arrangements for the Jewish community. It's the 5th distinct block of hearings. The evidence will address some of the issues raised in terms of reference B Roman 1 and B Roman 2 of the terms of reference. It will assess existing arrangements for Jewish community security and opportunities for enhancement. It will examine how governments, law enforcement agencies and Jewish community security organisations can work together to guard against or respond effectively to anti-Semitic conduct. The evidence received and to be received by the Commission shows a substantial and ongoing threat to the safety and security of the Jewish community in Australia. The threat exists on many fronts. This was starkly spelt out by the Director General of Security in his recent 2026 annual threat assessment. He said this about the threat currently posed to the Jewish community. Sadly and illogically, hatred of Jews is one thing virtually all the violent extremist cohorts have in common. Neo-Nazis are anti-Semitic. Islamic extremism is anti-Semitic. Issue-motivated extremists can be anti-Semitic, particularly when they subscribe to conspiracy theories and stereotypes about the Jewish community. Nation-states can be anti-Semitic, as we saw with the arson attacks against the Jewish communities in Melbourne and Sydney perpetrated by criminals directed by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. In these Commission's hearings and those yet to come in August, the Commission will inquire further into the drivers of the threat environment and the approaches to de-radicalisation and disengagement of persons at risk of committing an extremist act. For the purpose of this hearing block, when considering protective security arrangements, this issue will be approached on the basis of the threat as it currently exists. The Commission has already heard evidence in hearing block 2 about the threat environment facing the Australian Jewish community leading up to the Bondi Hanukkah attack. It's also heard evidence in hearing block 1 about anti-Semitic attacks on synagogues and schools and even the homes of community leaders. The evidence will show that many Jewish institutions, in particular schools and synagogues, need to engage or arrange significant security resources over and above that is available by the coverage of state and federal law enforcement. That comes at a significant financial and cultural cost. It also comes at a significant personal cost for those who volunteer in the process. No other religious or cultural community in Australia has to deal with the equivalent burden simply to be able to go to school or to a religious service or to a community event. Against that background, the topic of protective security will be approached by reference to 5 categories of evidence. The first category is the lived experience of Jewish Australians faced with pressures of a security environment in which anti-Semitism poses a pervasive risk. This includes a board member of Adass Israel Synagogue, which was subject to an arson attack in December 2024. The Commission will hear from Dr. George Foster, OAM, who's closely involved in an association of Holocaust survivors and has seen his own synagogue in southern Sydney repeatedly attacked over the decades. The Commission will receive evidence about the particular difficulty faced by Jewish leaders, including rabbis and leaders of Australian civic society, who are subject to abuse merely because they are Jewish. For example, the first witness this morning will be Mr. Mark Dreyfus KC MP, a Jewish parliamentarian who of course is a former Attorney General and member for Isaacs, a federal electorate that includes parts of Greater Dandenong and Kingston here in Victoria. The Commission will hear evidence about what the prevailing security needs for Jewish sites means in practical terms for running a school, a synagogue, or a youth camp, or even a cooking class. A number of these witnesses will describe the significant and unrelenting load that comes with supporting the security needs of a community at risk of attack, and their view that arrangements for security support should be proactive rather than responsive, and that it should be regular and sustained rather than occasional or piecemeal. The second category of evidence will explore the processes around grant funding by government for protective security infrastructure and other costs, such as security guards. The Commonwealth Department of Home Affairs recognises that Jewish community sites in Australia are vulnerable to attacks in the current security environment. Substantial funds have been made available by the Commonwealth to contribute to the very substantial costs. The Commission will hear evidence later this week from Mr. Peter Wertheim, the co-CEO of the Executive Council of the Australian Jury. He will address how that grant funding is distributed to communal organisations. The Commission will also take evidence in this respect from an Assistant Secretary in the Law Enforcement Policy Branch of the Department of Home Affairs, addressing how the government has made its funding decisions. Expert evidence will be called from Professor Josh Roos, who conducted substantial research and prepared a report for the Victorian Government on terror target selection and the deterrent effect of protective security measures. The third category of evidence will concern the role of police in securing the Jewish community, especially in the aftermath of the Bondi Hanukkah attack. The Commission heard evidence from Deputy Commissioner Hudson of New South Wales Police in hearing block 2 that the world has changed for police since the Bondi Hanukkah attack. The trajectory of that change and what it means for effective policing will be examined in this hearing block. And in that respect, the Commission will hear evidence from representatives of Victoria Police, Western Australia Police, New South Wales Police, in relation to the steps being taken to secure the Jewish community and respond to anti-Semitism more generally. Some of these steps are obvious and direct, such as the increased frequency and duration of police patrols at Jewish sites and events. But they extend to important systemic matters, like ensuring police are in a position to identify trends in extremist behaviour and monitor individuals and hotspots of concern through the collection of data about hate crimes and incidents affecting the Jewish community. A clear understanding of all aspects of the threat environment is necessary to ensure there are no gaps in the protection of the Jewish community. There will also be evidence from police in South Australia and the ACT, and the Commission has also received written statements from most jurisdictions around Australia. The fourth category of evidence in this hearing block will explore the role played by Jewish community security groups, or CSGs, in Australia. These organisations are staffed by volunteers who are trained or employed professionals or a mixture of both. They undertake a range of activities to assist law enforcement to protect Jewish communities from anti-Semitic behaviour. Witnesses will describe how CSGs engage closely with police and undertake a protective function that is complementary to, but not in substitution for, the work of police. Their role can include tracking threats to the community, sharing anti-Semitic incident data and threat assessments with the police, providing physical security themselves at community events and Jewish institutions, and consulting in relation to physical security measures. Volunteering for CSG often places a heavy load on individuals and their families. By way of background, and as you explained in the interim report, paragraphs 4.2 to 4.3, organisations that provide security and protection for the Jewish community exist in countries around the world with significant Jewish populations, including the United Kingdom, Canada, the United States, France, Germany, and South Africa. These Jewish security organisations vary in structure, funding models, and the scope of their operations. Some of these comparable organisations operate nationally, such as the Community Security Trust in the UK and the French equivalent body, and other countries have Jewish security organisations with a regional focus, such as the Community Security Initiative in New York. On Monday of next week, when the Commission returns to Sydney, evidence will be led on the fifth topic in this hearing block, which relates to measures that could be put in place to prepare from a security perspective for an attack similar to Bondi might it occur in the future. Counsel assisting will lead evidence in this regard from Mr. Scott Wilson, an expert working with the UK Resilience Academy in the United Kingdom. He has significant experience in crisis planning and management and with police response to critical incidents. Commissioner, ventilation of security matters in open hearings should not compromise the very security arrangements that this hearing block seeks to understand and improve. There is a limit to the detail that can be adduced publicly about the specific security measures in place at Jewish institutions and events, the exact expenditure on those measures, and any residual vulnerabilities that may remain. The Royal Commission has inquired into these matters in detail by seeking information from Jewish communal institutions and organisations, the Commonwealth Government, state and territory premiers' departments, and police forces around the country. And some of that detail must be canvassed in closed sessions of this hearing block. Mindful of the limitations of adducing evidence as to operational security matters in a public hearing, I should note that over the last month or so, the Commission has undertaken engagement sessions with several Jewish communities and organisations to learn of the practical impacts for them of the current security environment and their concerns and hopes for the future. These engagements have revealed that the security environment does lead to some shrinking of Jewish communal life and consequently for the Australian community at large. The Commission has received submissions from very many synagogues around Australia. A constant theme is the organisational time, energy and money that has to be committed to security. Some synagogues told us that these costs often had to be diverted from other core activities, such as religious or cultural programs. In addition to the financial cost, the human cost of security has been emphasised, in that the time spent administering security programs or applying for funding grants divert individuals from the congregation's spiritual or cultural needs. Representatives of the synagogue told of how they'd cancelled Friday night services because they couldn't afford to pay a guard and felt that they could not discharge their duty of care to congregants without one. A synagogue that had once held barbecues on its premises to support asylum seekers, to which the whole neighbourhood was invited, expressed regret that such communal gatherings are not presently possible. Members of that community spoke of individuals who'd loitered near the synagogue gate shouting abuse at those who attended, and in that environment, understandably, the gates couldn't be open to the public. Another shul leader spoke of how her synagogue took active steps to open up its premises to interfaith educational activities. The outcome of one of those engagements was that an attendee filmed inside the shul and later used the footage in an anti-Semitic clip that was posted online. This underscores the difficulty that members of the Jewish community presently face. If they close themselves off for security reasons, they may be unfairly criticised as deliberately insular, but without the barriers they wish they did not need, they may be left unduly exposed. Witnesses speak of Jewish Australians withdrawing from religious and cultural activities due to fear of attending Jewish places and functions. All this at a time when communal support and safe places are needed and sought more than ever. We'll hear this week from others who describe a strengthening of community and resolve, but accompanied by ongoing safety fears and a sense that Jewish life is lived under pressure. Many members of the Jewish community, and particularly of the CSGs, spoke of strong relationships with police and the responsiveness of police to reported incidents. There does appear to be a divergence in this respect across the different jurisdictions in Australia, particularly when it comes to protective taskings to make the Jewish community feel safe to worship and attend Jewish functions. In many instances, submissions to the Commission have spoken to an apprehension that anti-Semitic incidents were not worth reporting to police because it was expected that no action would be taken. A principal of a Jewish high school made a submission referring to the change in security arrangements. In the past, it was precautionary. Since October 2023, it has been critical. Staff and school council time and resources have to be diverted from the core educational mission of the schools. Another Jewish school principal we will hear from this week described how fellow principals from other independent schools attending a meeting at her school and were alarmed by the security arrangements under which the Jewish school was forced to operate. Commissioner, you visited a Jewish school in Perth and observed its considerable physical security measures firsthand. The principal of that school described how security concerns affect his students. They become a daily preoccupation. He asked representatives of the Commission in attendance to imagine turning up to do final exams with 20% of your brain switched off, and said that for Jewish students that bandwidth has to be directed to dealing with the impacts of anti-Semitism and the consequential physical measures for security required to be put in place. That principle and others are right to say that no Australian community should face these conditions. A significant aspect of this hearing block will be to enable broader Australian society to understand the ongoing impacts for Jewish Australians of those significant constraints and pressures as a consequence of being a community under constant threat.
We have a camera in the hearing room. I think I'll take a short adjournment to enable that to be removed.
Commissioner, I call Mr. Mark Dreyfus.
Yes. Mr. Dreyfus, will you take an oath or make an affirmation?
I'll take an oath, thank you, Commissioner.
Yes.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Mr. Dreyfus, what's your full name, please?
Mark Alfred Dreyfus.
Your address is known to the Commission. You've prepared a written statement dated 15 July 2026.
I have.
Is that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Commissioner, it bears the ID STAT.899.0001.0510, and I tender the statement.
Yes. The statement will be received in evidence.
Mr. Dreyfus, you're a member of the Commonwealth Parliament representing the electorate of Isaacs here in Victoria.
Yes, I am. I've been so since 2007.
Thank you. And what areas fall within your electorate?
There's 23 suburbs within the great electorate of Isaacs, which range from Dandenong inland through Keysborough Noble Park and out to Port Phillip Bay, running from Moorabbin down to Chelsea.
Thank you. Your statement notes the various portfolios in which you have served as a minister and a shadow minister over the years, and in particular from June 2022 to May 2025 you were Attorney General of the Commonwealth and also the Cabinet Secretary in the Albanese government.
That's right.
You are giving evidence today not as a formal representative of the Commonwealth Government, but rather to describe your own experiences as a Jewish Australian and long-standing Member of Parliament.
Yes, I am.
You were born in Perth?
Yes. I'm often reminded of this every time I go to Perth by Perth journalists who never cease to ask, "You were born in Perth?" So that's a very familiar question.
Well, now it's on the record. So, you've lived in Melbourne most of your life, though.
I have.
Your father arrived in Australia from Germany in 1939 as a boy, just months before Germany invaded Poland and triggered the Second World War. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. He arrived with his older brother, without his parents.
Can you describe your family history a little, your parents, your grandparents, your great-grandparents?
As I've just said, my father arrived at Station Pier in July 1939, ahead of the start of the war, having been sent in a group of unaccompanied Jewish children from Germany. He was with his older brother. He was 11, just turned 11. He was with his 13-year-old older brother, who memorably did his bar mitzvah on the boat coming out to Australia. And they were cared for by the Jewish community in Melbourne at an orphanage in North Balwyn, which doesn't exist anymore, but they waited very anxiously for the arrival of their parents, along with the 17 other Jewish children in that group. Of the children in that group, theirs were the only parents who arrived. My grandparents arrived in Australia about 3 months after the start of the war, having escaped from Nazi Germany after having unsuccessfully tried to persuade their then living parents, my great-grandparents, to leave. So 3 of my great-grandparents were alive at the start of the war. All of them perished in the Holocaust. One murdered in Auschwitz, another murdered in Theresienstadt.
You've described in your statement having lived your life with the knowledge that your own father and grandparents survived because Australia became a place of refuge for them. How has that shaped the way you think about Australia?
How could I not have had that family history shape the way I think about Australia? Australia provided refuge to my family, to my father and my uncle, my late uncle and my late grandparents. And as indeed Australia did before the war, not so much during the war, but after the war, to thousands upon thousands of Jews from Europe who had survived the Holocaust. It's a great thing that refuge was provided in Australia, and I think that's a knowledge shared by Jewish Australians, that Australia did that. And it informs in part the shock that I have tried to relate in my witness statement to the Commission about the breach of that sense of safety that was created by the providing of refuge.
The Commission has heard considerable evidence over its hearings so far of a rise in anti-Semitism in this country, particularly after October 2023. But in your statement, you do remind us that that was far from the beginning of anti-Semitism in Australia, and you, like many others, describe it as a hatred with a very long history. You've identified two particular examples in your statement from the 30s and the 40s. Why did you refer to them, and what do you take from those examples?
I didn't want to provide to the Commission a long history of anti-Semitism in Australia, although one could. Many of the submissions I know to the Commission, and some of the witnesses who've already given oral evidence to the Commission, have talked about that long history, and it's an ancient history of anti-Semitism. It goes back thousands of years. But in Australia, right back to the start of Australian history, I'm not going to do that. But I did want to make that point, that it's not as if the wave of anti-Semitism that we have been experiencing in Australia over the last 2 or 3 years has come out of nowhere. It was there before. The examples I gave, one is a particularly shocking example, which is an Australian minister attending the Evian conference into the so-called Jewish problem in Europe in 1938, who said memorably, and this is recorded at Yad Vashem in Jerusalem, Australia does not have a racial problem and we are not desirous of importing one. Now those are shocking words for an Australian minister, any Australian minister at any time to have used. That's probably why they're recorded at Yad Vashem, because they're so shocking. And I thought the Commission might be assisted in hearing that. And I referred to me, equally shocking editorial in the Canberra Times after the war, where the editorial writer of the Canberra Times was complaining about the arrival of Jewish refugees in Australia, again referring to it in racial terms, prejudiced racial terms. And this is not new. It's got an old history in Australia.
You also speak in your statement of the accomplishments of Australian multiculturalism and your own family history in that context, that these are values that you consider your family and other migrant families helped build in Australia. Can you reflect on that? You've described the qualities of a decent society in your statement, one that doesn't simply condemn hatred, but what else is involved from your perspective?
I think we can be immensely proud of Australia's history of acceptance and the richness that multiculturalism has provided to Australia, and the acceptance of different religions and the acceptance of different cultures. And we need to make sure we continue to be enriched. That's the context in which I see this, that an attack on Jewish Australians is an attack on all Australians, and protection of Jewish Australians, protection of all groups within Australia, protection from prejudice, assists all of us, will make Australia a better place. So I know that's a broad context and a big statement, but I do think you have to bring it back to that. There's a reason why this Royal Commission is a Royal Commission into anti-Semitism and social cohesion. It's an understanding by the government, I think, in the term, and you can see it in the terms of reference, that trying to deal with anti-Semitism, trying to protect one group of Australian society from prejudice and attack will make the whole of our community better.
You have said in your statement that the Hamas attacks on Israel on the 7th of October 2023 changed how it feels to be Jewish in the modern world. Can you explain how this change has manifested for you personally or professionally?
The Hamas attack of 7th of October 2023 it's been described as the largest loss of Jewish life in a single day since the Holocaust. It rocked everybody in the Jewish world, as indeed it rocked people across the world because of the ferocity and horror of that event. I talk in the submission, in the witness statement about, in part about how that shock was reflected here in Australia by gatherings right across Australia, but notably here in Melbourne, my home community, with a huge gathering at Caulfield Park, attended by probably 6,000 people, but most significantly attended by representatives of all government and political parties. I was there to represent the Commonwealth Government, having been asked by the Prime Minister to do so, but there were representatives from the federal opposition, from the state Premier was there, the state opposition were there, and many, many other local government representatives, religious organisations, the Catholic Archbishop of Melbourne, and there was a tremendous upsurge of support, revulsion at the event that had occurred, understanding of the impact that that event in Israel had made on the Australian Jewish community, an understanding of how connected the Australian Jewish community is to Israel. How could that not be understood when standing next to me as I was speaking at Caulfield Park was a resident of Kfar Aza, one of the kibbutzim that was attacked in Israel. She had lost family members and members of her kibbutz days earlier, and was in Melbourne visiting her relatives in Melbourne. It was a very difficult, I'll say to you, Commissioner, that this was I'm not going to ever forget this, because my wife was terminally ill when I went to Caulfield Park on that day, on the 13th of October 2023. I nearly didn't go. She was in palliative care, and Deborah said to me that she wanted me to go, and I did. And it was an event I refer to in the witness statement because of what has happened since. That event at Caulfield Park, similar event in Sydney, they reflected a deep sense of rejection, of revulsion at the event that had occurred in Israel, of support for Jewish Australians, that has been followed, I've said this often publicly, that has been followed by an upsurge in anti-Semitism has been deeply shocking to me and very many other people in Australia, because it would not have been expected that after the rejection, the expressions of revulsion at that event, the absolutely across the board political expressions of support for Jewish Australians and rejection of that kind of conduct, that there should then have been followed in the subsequent 2 years an upsurge of anti-Semitism has been deeply shocking, continues to be shocking.
You've referred in that context to the importance of not politicising the fight against anti-Semitism. What are your thoughts on the best way to fight anti-Semitism in a way that it either transcends or can accommodate political debate?
I mentioned that in the context of that event because it is such a good demonstration of why gathering together in all of our interests to reject prejudice, to reject violence, to reject an anti-Semitic violent attack such as it occurred in Israel, a gathering together to show understanding for Jewish Australians, that's the kind of approach that we need to continue with as a community. We are in no sense assisted by, as I've put it in the witness statement, point scoring, politicising of commentary about actions that might or might not be taken to deal with anti-Semitism or any other form of prejudice, it's not the right subject for politicisation. Our response as a community will be stronger if we don't politicise. There's plenty of subjects for political activity. Having been a member of the Federal Parliament for 19 years, I get to say that. There's plenty of things that you can have strong political debate about. I don't need to give examples, but this is not such a subject. Gathering together to work out what it is that will work, what are useful measures, and an understanding that there needs to be it's not just a matter for one or other institution. It is not just combating anti-Semitism is not just a matter for universities, it's not just a matter for Jewish community organisations, it is a matter for the entire community to gather together on and work together on. So that's the point, perhaps clumsily, that I was trying to make, but a really good example was that gathering on the 13th of October.
And is it your view that it should be able to accommodate also political debate about Middle East politics in particular?
Of course, there's as many opinions about the future of the Middle East, the future of Israel, the future of the Palestinian people as there are people. You've only got to go to Israel to see the immense divergence of political opinion that there is there. This has been hotly debated for a century. And in Australia, as well as in Israel, or even before Israel was created, of course there will be political debate. There must be political debate, and we need to work towards peaceful resolution. In no sense would I ever suggest that political debate shouldn't occur. And I've participated in that political debate, and I'll probably continue to participate in it.
Can I ask you about some of your own direct encounters with anti-Semitism? You've referred in your statement to standing on the streets in a Melbourne suburb on a Sunday morning in April 2024 near the State Library. Can I ask you what happened on that occasion?
Right in the city, actually, not really in the suburbs, but in the central city block. Yeah. I was standing this is a sunny Sunday morning in Melbourne. I'm waiting for colleagues, Labor state and federal parliamentarians, to join me in a march against violence against women that subsequently took place, and we all walked down Swanston Street. It was a very, very big march. This is in 2024. As I was standing on this street corner, a man approached, crossing the road in La Trobe Street, and perhaps this is a habit of being a member of the Federal Parliament, I said good morning to him as he approached. And he responded with, "You are a genocidal Zionist. You should be ashamed of yourself." Now, I mentioned that in the submission because it was so shocking and so striking to me that this should occur. By that time, I'd been a member of the Federal Parliament for some 17 years. I had never experienced that form of abuse. I have never, up until 2024, I can say perhaps late 2023, early 2024, no one had ever hurled abuse at me because I am Jewish. This was a new development in my engagement in Australian politics. And I know I'm not alone.
At the time that occurred, Mr. Dreyfus, you were the Attorney General of the Commonwealth.
I was there waiting to meet the Premier of Victoria, with whom I marched, and other federal and state parliamentary colleagues, including ministers. Yes, I was the Attorney General of Australia at the time.
And during your parliamentary career, you had championed human rights.
I'd like to think so, Commissioner. I've worked on a whole range of human rights issues. I continue to work on human rights issues. I've been appointed since leaving the Cabinet as Australia's Special Envoy for International Human Rights. And I've worked on a whole range of human rights legislation. It's been something that I have, yes, championed. It's a flattering term, but I'll take it.
You were attacked as a genocidal Zionist.
I was.
Well, can I ask what your understanding of Zionism post-1948 is?
Support for the existence of the State of Israel. As indeed before the creation of the state, being a Zionist was support for the creation of a state. And being a Zionist is simply that. It is support for the continued existence of the State of Israel as a home for the Jewish people. It's not a complicated concept. Perhaps some people think it's a very complicated concept. It does not mean support for the current government of Israel, necessarily. It might, but it doesn't necessarily mean that. It means support for Israel existing as a Jewish state. And I'm very proud to say I'm a Zionist in that sense.
Yeah.
Only a couple of weeks later, in May 2024, your electorate office was vandalised, that's right?
Yes.
Can you describe what happened on that occasion?
Well, we were contacted by the police to report to whom had been reported vandalising of my office with the smearing of red paint all over the front of the office, and words written on the footpath outside my office. My office is in the shopping centre in Mordialloc, Main Street, Mordialloc, on the Nepean Highway. A very, very public office, deliberately, as are most electorate offices, accessible to the public, deliberately. And written on the pavement outside my office was, I can't remember the exact words, but who does AG Dreyfus serve?
And what did that invoke for you? That
Well,
question?
that invokes old anti-Semitic tropes about dual loyalty, about not serving Australia, about serving some other country, all of them grossly false. No one ever should make that suggestion about a member of the Australian Parliament, let alone someone who had been sworn to administer a portfolio as the Attorney-General of the Commonwealth. But it invokes all of those old anti-Semitic tropes about dual loyalties and treachery to Australia, all of which are false. It's a deeply wounding attack.
And
Probably intended to be.
Yes. Regrettably, like many other Jewish Australians in public life, you've also frequently been subjected to online abuse and hate. In your statement, you have 33 specific instances from comments on your public Facebook, Instagram and X accounts over the last few years, and you point out it's by no means a comprehensive collection, but just some examples. One thing I'd like to ask you about, you draw particular attention to other use of insidious language in that context, drawn from the history of the Holocaust. Can you explain some of those complaints?
It's particularly distressing to Jewish Australians to see Holocaust language used as part of an attack on a Jewish Australian. Use of the word Nazi to describe a Jew, or as I set out in the witness statement, use of the word capo, which is a reference to particular Jews who operated in the concentration camp context. And to have been called a capo is a direct accusation of treachery to the Jewish people. So this is an attack actually that's come at me from some Jewish Australians. One of the reasons I've put in a submission and given evidence here today is because I'm conscious that I occupy something of a unique position and might be of assistance to the Commission to get as full a range of views and positions as possible. I happen to have been occupying the position of a Cabinet Minister during the first term of the Albanese government, so during the period after October 7th, 2023. I've found those attacks from some Jewish Australians particularly difficult and painful because I wasn't in a position to respond fully or perhaps at all to the attacks and demands that have been made of me by some Jewish Australians simply because I was a Cabinet Minister and the constraints of the office meant that I was not in a position to respond or comment. And I'm there referring to the requirements of cabinet confidentiality, the requirements of speaking publicly in support of governmental decisions, which operate appropriately as a constraint on someone that's occupying the position of being a Cabinet Minister. I've been reflecting on this since ceasing to be a member of Cabinet. I've been much freer as an MP. I was able to respond after the Bondi attack, speaking as an MP, able to respond publicly, able to appear in the media, able to give speeches, able to make representations to Cabinet Ministers about what the government might be able to do. And it's certainly, to some extent, been liberating compared to what I experienced, the constraints I experienced as a Cabinet Minister.
And have you noticed a change in the character of comments directed to you as someone prominent in civic life since, for example, October 2023? Has the character of it changed?
I'm less a target because I'm not now sitting as a member of the Cabinet, which has been a lessening of pressure, I have to say. And appropriately, given that as someone that is now a backbench member of the government, I'm not now sitting in the Cabinet room.
You've also addressed in your statement the clear line that you draw between political criticism on the one hand and anti-Semitism on the other. I touched on that with you a little earlier, but could you just address that clear line that you see and when it's crossed?
I think there is a clear line. I think that people are free in Australia as a democratic country to speak about political events here and overseas, about events here and overseas, and criticism that might be able to be directed at the government of Israel, that might be able to be directed at other governments in respect of other conflicts, is perfectly within the reach of every Australian. The line, if we can call it that, is crossed when criticism is directed at Jewish Australians simply because they are Jews, or equally bad when Jewish Australians are held responsible for the actions of the government of Israel. That is crossing the line, and we've seen it over and over again where people who are troubled by or concerned about events in Gaza or concerned about events in the Middle East think that somehow their righteous concern entitles them to attack a Jewish Australian as somehow as the representative of the government of Israel. It's wrong. needs to be called out. I think repeatedly it has been called out by people making submissions and giving evidence at this Royal Commission. It's vital that the distinction be understood and that the line as we're calling it, be clearly understood.
Your statement also does address what you've referred to as the obligation to ensure the safety and sense of belonging are real for Jewish Australians today. And you see that as a primary responsibility of state and federal governments, I take it?
I do see it as a primary responsibility of state and federal governments. We've got a division in the Federation where certain responsibilities belong to the states and territories and certain responsibilities belong to the federal government. It's a shared responsibility, and one of the things I'd like to think has been worked on very hard over the last several years is making sure that there is proper coordination between state and federal governments so that those divisions, the delineations in the Constitution, don't get in the way of both spheres of government effectively working together to provide that level of security. I wouldn't want the Commission to think that I'm saying that it's only the state and federal governments that are responsible. I am not saying that. I think this is a whole of community effort. I think that all institutions, I think all Australians need to work together to ensure the security of us all. But the answer to your question is yes, there's a primary responsibility for state and federal governments, which is divided, but we've in large part, I think, got over those divisions by having joint counter-terrorism teams, by having regular meetings between agencies, by having this sort of work as a standing item for the Standing Council of Attorneys General and so on. There's a whole range of ways in which that cooperation can be fostered.
And in recent years, Jewish community organisations, the CSGs in particular, have sought to meet the increasing risk to the safety of the community by their own actions, by security infrastructure and guards and so on. As a matter of principle, how do you see the CSGs fitting within that primary obligation of government?
You've heard already from some of the people that have appeared before the Commission that we all in the Jewish community wish that this was not needed, but it is needed. It's a response of the Jewish community to provide, in addition to the work of state and federal police and other agencies, something that the community can do for itself through volunteers, and you're going to hear, as I heard from your opening, more from those volunteers through this week. I wish Jewish community members didn't have to volunteer their time for the community security group work. I've reflected as the grandparent of children at a Jewish school how when I was a parent at a Jewish school I didn't have to participate in community security group activities, but my eldest son as a parent at a Jewish school does, because there's parents at Jewish schools who volunteer in conjunction with the community security group to provide a little bit extra. They'd much rather be being parents at sporting occasions and being parents and volunteering in the school in other ways than having to do that. And that's something that, as I said, wasn't there when I was a parent in the 80s and 90s, and certainly is there now.
And have you noticed a comparable change in physical security arrangement for Jewish sites in Melbourne in particular over time?
Every Jewish school, every synagogue in Melbourne, and I've got direct knowledge of this across Australia, has now had physical hardening of the exterior of their buildings. Much of it assisted by, but not wholly paid for by Commonwealth government programs. Much of it has been paid for by the schools and synagogues and other Jewish institutions themselves. Some of the security has also been assisted by the Government of Victoria. So there's a mixed source of funding, but all of it is a response to assessed need for additional physical security in the form of building hardening. I won't go into the details, but that's what it is. In addition, there are guards outside many of these places. Guards outside places of worship, guards outside schools, and guards outside Jewish communal organisations and places of gathering. All of which we wish was not needed. It's often commented to me that no other religious group in Australia, in going to worship, has to walk past guards. The Jewish community does, in response to a real and assessed risk. No one would wish for this, but it has been necessary and sadly continues to be necessary. The attacks that have occurred in Australia and the attacks that can be identified right across the world outside schools and outside synagogues, and in some cases, shockingly, inside synagogues. And I won't list events in the US or events in France or events in other places. These are all known, and that's a risk here in Australia.
Can I ask you about some of the recommendations for reform that you've put forward in your statement? There are a couple that I'd wish to ask you about. The first is one aspect that you've focused on, which is suggested strengthening of protections against vilification. Can you describe what you see as a gap or weakness in the current state of the law in that respect?
Yes, this has been it's been a long debate in Australia, I think it's fair to say, about the criminalisation of hate speech or criminalisation of serious vilification based on racial or religious identification or other forms or other attributes. We've actually had quite a debate in Australia about civil forms of protection this is Section 18C of the Racial Discrimination Act, which continues in force, and a good thing too. But more recently, I brought to the Parliament in 2024 a criminalisation of hate speech. And where that ended was an addition to the Commonwealth Criminal Code, which requires as an element of the offence incitement to violence. So it's pitched at a particular level of conduct, of which an essential element is incitement to violence. More recently, both Victoria and New South Wales have legislated in a more general way so as to criminalise serious vilification that is hate speech focusing on particular attributes. And I've urged in the witness statement for the Commission to consider whether or not the Commonwealth should move to that more broad criminal offence. That's the notion. So I give that background, Commissioner, because state and federal parliaments have been going round and around this for a long time. The states, at least Victoria and New South Wales, have landed in a place which I think is actually a more appropriate place. Most recently, the Commonwealth Parliament legislated again in January this year, following the Bondi attack, but couldn't get to the more broad criminal offence, did get to a a form of proscription of hate groups, similar to the proscription of terror organisations, which is in the these are provisions in the Criminal Code. Those new provisions, which became law in February this year, have been used twice. Once to proscribe Hizb ut-Tahrir, and the other to prescribe a Nazi group.
You speak in your statement also of the normative value of provisions like that. Can you elaborate on that a little?
Yeah, normative's it's an academic word, but it simply means a setting of an appropriate standard. The law, I think, sets standards, it sends messages. Even if particular laws are not often enforced, even if there aren't frequent prosecutions or frequent convictions, and we wouldn't want to see it, because if there were frequent convictions for breaches of the hate speech laws, that would mean we've got a lot of hate speech in Australia. I think for the Commonwealth Parliament to legislate is to set a standard. It's the community speaking through its Parliament to set a standard of behaviour. That's the normative effect.
Last week the Commissioner heard from Professor Mark Scott, who gave some evidence about the encampment at Sydney University from April to June 2024, and he was referring to the chants associated with that encampment, and in that context referred to a letter that the group of 8 universities had sent to you as Attorney General in May 2024. What's your perspective on that issue? I mean, his letter sought, I think, advice in respect of those chants, which he thought there was a disconnect, was his word, between the fact that they weren't prescribed by New South Wales or Commonwealth legislation, and yet there were calls for their chants not to be allowed on a university campus.
I would invite the Commission to seek a copy of the letter to me from the Commonwealth and my response. I think a couple of the witnesses, I think Professor Pickering also referred to this letter which the group of 8 sent me. I didn't respond in detail to their letter because I read their letter as seeking legal advice from the Commonwealth Attorney General, which is not something that the Commonwealth Attorney General ever provides, other than to Cabinet. So I didn't provide a legal opinion, which is what they were seeking. As I reckon, I haven't, it's a long time since I looked at this, my response, but as I recall, I invited the universities to consider their positions about how they were running campuses.
And I understand that you raised for their consideration Section 18C of the Racial Discrimination Act as a matter that ought to be taken into account. I'm prepared to accept that, because as I say, it's a while since I've looked at my response. Another matter that you've addressed as a possible or preferred area for reform is the online environment. What is the opportunity that you consider exists for better dealing with online hate?
I've spoken about this in the witness statement. I am aware, and the Commonwealth Government has made this clear, that the Commonwealth is about to bring to the Parliament legislation to establish what's being referred to as a digital duty of care, to cast a duty on big tech, on the social media platforms, to lift the standard of the content that appears, to encourage the social media platforms themselves to properly moderate, to make sure that dangerous and abusive content that we all know is appearing on these social media platforms. My submission's got some examples of the abuse that's been directed at me, but the Commission has received a huge amount of evidence about the way in which social media platforms are contributing to the, or not contributing to the nature of debate in Australia. and the abuse that is being heaped on people, generally, particularly people in public life. I am looking forward to how the government grapples with that digital duty of care, which I think is an absolutely commendable idea. It's, in a sense, following on from the social media ban for under 16s, which the rest of the world seems to have embraced, because some 20 countries are now following in Australia's footsteps there. I do think that Australia can show the way here on legislating rules that will apply. I'm fully aware of the difficulties of enforcement, but legislating rules that will apply and establish a lawful duty, an enforceable duty on the social media platforms. In that regard, I had a lot to do with the E-Safety Commissioner when I was in office as Attorney General. I'm particularly aware of the extraordinary work that the E-Safety Commissioner has done in relation to one of her focuses, which is child sexual abuse, but she cannot focus on everything. There are limitations on her budget, which is not in any sense a criticism of her or of the government. The scale of these social media platforms is so large that it is not possible for any one government agency to engage fully with those social media platforms. To that end, I've suggested that something that I've described as a private right of action might assist in enforcement of this digital duty of care if the government does manage to legislate it. I've talked in the submission, I've thought about this since writing the submission and seeing again the form it's taken in the witness statement. I referred to no cost, Commissioner, because I'm conscious of the disparity of resources. This is something the law's dealt with for forever. One deep pocket often ends up out-resourcing a complainant, a deep pocket defendant. Big tech are the original deep pockets. They have incomes and revenues that exceed small countries or even big countries. And grappling with that, I think, is really worth looking at. It's an invitation not for the Commission to draft legislation, but for the Commission to consider whether, and it's an invitation to the government as well, to include an enforcement mechanism that people who are affected by online abuse or online content can go in some kind of procedure to a court or a tribunal, which might perhaps take the form of early consideration, quick consideration, maybe on the papers. All of this is matters of detail as to how the legislation is framed, but one of the things that's worth looking at is how to relieve complainants of the cost disparity and the burden that might be thrust on them. The Competition and Consumer Act's got a procedure where complainants can be relieved of cost early in the process. Something like that is well worth looking at. Something you could describe it as a reverse onus. It's not quite that. It's something that pushes the cost onto the social media platforms at an early stage and says, you're going to pay for the whole cost of this. It'd be a plea for a takedown. That would be the process. I'm not thinking damages, I'm thinking takedown. But there's a need to attend to enforcement. It can't just be left to the E-Safety Commissioner, it can't just be left to a single agency of the Commonwealth. There has to be an ability for citizens, anyone affected by what's published, to say, take that down, and then that they not be oppressed by the disparity of resources. Sorry, that was very wordy, but I'm thinking aloud to an extent and trying not to draft the legislation on the run. I'm trying to express the idea that I think needs to underlie what I think would be a useful addition to that digital duty of care idea that the government is bringing forward.
Thanks, Mr. Dreyfus. In addition to online safety, also you have a suggestion, I understand, for reform of physical security of Jewish sites.
Yes, since writing the submission, I've been thinking about, are there any other measures I wanted to make a suggestion to the Commission about? And there is one additional one in addition to the suggestions I've made in the submission that's now in the witness statement. It's reinforced by hearing your opening, Mr. Lancaster, this morning about Jewish places of worship and education and gathering. And it's to offer as a suggestion, this is a matter for state and territory governments rather than the federal government, because it goes to public order and community safety and would be part of the criminal law. But it's something, it's to invite for consideration something that's analogous to the restrictions on protest activity around abortion clinics in Australia. I know that you, Commissioner, are familiar with this because of a case called Clubb and Edwards, which you participated in a joint judgment in the High Court in 2019. That's a judgment. I don't have to tell you, but I'll tell you, Mr. Lancaster, you didn't appear in it. It's a case which endorses the constitutionality of that Victorian law that creates safe access to abortion clinics, that restricts protest activity, that is capable of causing distress or anxiety to people attending abortion clinics for good reason. There was a challenge made by people apparently who wished to continue to protest outside abortion clinics. They lost. The High Court said that kind of law directed at reducing distress and anxiety to Australians who need to attend an abortion clinic is within the constraints of the implied freedom of political communication. I think because of the events which have occurred in recent years, because of the risk that your opening today and many witnesses to this commission have spoken about, it's time to consider whether we need some similar restriction on protest activity outside synagogues, on protest activity outside schools, and Jewish places of gathering, not to ban political protest, not to say that people cannot express their views in our community, but rather to protect Jews, Jewish Australians from going about their worship, from gathering, from going to school, which should be free of protests occurring. And that's without even considering the security aspects which have been clearly identified, that protest activity often presents a direct risk to the community in a security sense, because it might be cover for some worse activity, for violence, for some actual physical threat to those places or people.
And could I ask you also to address I think one of the final recommendation for reform that you refer to in respect of firearms control, and in particular the National Firearms Register?
I've spoken at some length in my witness statement about the National Firearms Registry, partly because it's a very good demonstration of how long reform can take where it's a matter for the Federation. Quintessentially, firearms registration is a state and territory responsibility. A National Firearms Registry was identified by Prime Minister John Howard following the Port Arthur killings, and it didn't happen. That's not a criticism of John Howard. It's a reference to the degree of difficulty that achieving uniform reform across the Federation can sometimes present. I've said in the witness statement that following the murder of the 2 police officers at Weambler in Queensland in December of 2023, I thought that this was an excellent basis for reviving the idea of the National Firearms Registry, because it was such a clear use case for having a National Firearms Registry. What a National Firearms Registry does is to make available to police in every state and territory all information concerning firearms registration anywhere in the Commonwealth. Had the 4 police officers who attended to execute a warrant at Weambler in December of 2023 known of the arsenal that was present at the home that they were executing the warrant on, they wouldn't have gone, or they would have gone better armed, and 2 of them wouldn't have been murdered. That's going along well, because through 2024 and 2025, the Commonwealth was able to agree with the states and territories to set up this National Firearms Registry. I think you've referred to it, Commissioner, in your interim report. There's a degree of difficulty about it because 3 jurisdictions still have paper registries. They need to be digitised, and the whole system needs to be made to talk to itself and talk between jurisdictions. But it's an incredibly worthwhile reform, and shows that the Commonwealth and the states and territories can work together when there's a need. And that was an identified need in 1997, and it remains an identified need today, but it's now happening. And I've talked in this submission as well about the need for, in my personal opinion, further restrictions on firearms ownership in Australia. I think Australia as a community has been greatly advantaged by, over time, by the reduction of firearms in private ownership and restrictions on firearms in private ownership. With the rising population of Australia, we've actually got more guns in Australia today than we had at the time of Port Arthur. And I think we need to work harder at really requiring people who own guns to justify why they need so many. Again, this is a matter for the states and territories, who are Commonwealth's responsible for gun importation, for certain standards relating to guns, but the states and territories are responsible for numbers and gun registration. Because this is a joint state and federal commission, you, Commissioner, are in a position to say something about it if you were so minded, which is why I put something in about that.
Thanks, Mr. Dreyfus. I don't have any further questions, Commissioner.
Yes. Well, thank you, Mr. Dreyfus. Your willingness to give evidence before the Commission is greatly appreciated, and you are now excused.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Is that an appropriate time?
Yes, it is indeed. Take the 15-minute adjournment.
The Royal Commission on Antisemitism and Social Cohesion.
Yes, Ms.
Commissioner,
Phillips.
the next witness is seated in the witness box and will be giving evidence under a pseudonym, ACO.
Yes. Sir, will you take an oath or make an affirmation?
Affirmation.
Yes, thank you.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
You are giving evidence today under a pseudonym, ACO, and your identity and your address are known to the Royal Commission. And your image will not be shown on the live feed. Is it right that you've prepared a witness statement that's dated the 22nd of May 2026?
That's correct.
That has Doc ID Commissioner stat.899.0001.0186_R.
Yes.
You've identified some corrections to that witness statement. I might just confirm those with you. The first is at paragraph 135, and you've indicated that the table that appears in that paragraph should be at paragraph 138. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the next is at paragraph 162, which contains a cross-reference to paragraph 31. And is it right that this should be a cross-reference to paragraph 35?
Yes, correct.
And at paragraph 166, the table that's included there ought have been following paragraph 167.
That's also correct.
And with those corrections, is the statement that you've prepared true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Commissioner, I tender that statement.
Yes, the statement will be received in evidence.
You hold a leadership role in the Community Security Group of Victoria, correct?
Correct.
I'll refer to it perhaps as the CSG. You've served as a volunteer with the CSG for over the past decade, is that right?
That's correct.
And during that time, you've undertaken a range of operational and instructional roles.
Correct.
CSG Victoria began several decades ago as a volunteer group to conduct marshalling at community events and some mobile patrols during major religious holidays. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And the mission statement of the organisation has been the same since its inception. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
What's that mission statement?
To protect Jewish life and Jewish way of life.
And in around 2001, there was a significant increase in global terrorism and anti-Semitism. Is that something that you're aware of?
I am aware. I was not in the role or in the organisation at the time, but I am aware of it.
And do you have an awareness that it was at around that time that an application was made by the organisation to the Licensing and Regulation Division of the Victoria Police for a business security licence for the organisation?
Yes.
And a security licence was subsequently obtained?
Correct.
Is it the case that CSG Victoria had originally operated under the auspices, as it were, of the Jewish Community Council of Victoria?
Yes, that's correct.
And from around 2005, it started to operate as a separate organisation?
Correct.
Though it still retains close ties to the Jewish Community Council of Victoria?
Yes, that's right.
CSG in Victoria has paid staff as well as unpaid trained volunteers, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And part of the work or function of the organisation is to provide trained security personnel to Jewish sites and Jewish events.
Correct.
And do CSG Victoria personnel typically hold individual security licences and registrations which enable them to carry out security duties of that kind?
Some do, not all, but there are the majority of our volunteers will carry that.
And where they do hold those sorts of licences or registrations, do you understand that the arrangements that are in place for those personnel are consistent with those in place for other private security guards who are regulated in Victoria?
Yeah, that's correct.
And is it right that often CSG Victoria personnel will also have first aid training of some kind?
Yes, first aid training. We also do TCCC training, which is tactical combat critical care training, as well as normal first aid.
And in addition to providing security personnel to sites and events, is it right that another function that CSG Victoria engages in is to provide security consultancy services to Jewish venues and institutions?
Yeah, that's right.
And might that extend to providing assistance where organisations seek it in, for example, making grant funding applications for security infrastructure?
Yes, that's correct.
And another activity that you've indicated in your statement as being one that's undertaken by the organisation is to research and analyse current and emerging threats to the Jewish community. Is that right?
That is correct.
And does this involve producing threat assessments for various stakeholders?
It does, yes.
And at times might these assessments relate to individual events that are going to be held within the Jewish community?
It would, yes.
And do some of those assessments relate to the threat environment facing Jewish communities in Victoria, in Australia, or even globally more generally?
Yeah, that's exactly what they would do.
And can you tell me, does CSG Victoria provide those sorts of threat assessments, whether they be for individual events or for the environment more generally, to Commonwealth and Victorian government agencies?
We do, yes.
And how and when would CSG Victoria typically do that?
In the lead up to an event, if any intelligence or information is picked up that has a threat to that event, we would provide that information to the relevant authorities. It might be before a large group of festivals where there's an overarching threat assessment that's provided, or it could just be ad hoc if something was happening or we picked up some intelligence and that needed to go to authorities with some urgency.
And so is it right that one way in which that might be done, for example, is an email being sent from someone within CSG Victoria to, say, officers within Victoria Police, for example?
Yes, that is correct.
And a further role that CSG Victoria has and conducts relates to crisis preparation and management. Is that right?
That is correct.
And does that include the development of emergency preparedness training?
It does, both for the CSG and community organisations.
And does CSG in Victoria have a role in providing messaging to the Jewish community in Victoria about security-related matters that might affect them from time to time?
Yeah, it does. We will, if there's something pertinent that the community needs to hear about, we will communicate that with the community.
Can you give an example of that at a high level, perhaps?
There might be a police operation taking place in the area. Community might be concerned that something's going on. We would verify what was happening with the police, and we'd be able to push that verified information out to the community.
And I suppose on the flip side to that, when might members of the Jewish community contact CSG Victoria about an incident or a potential risk that they might apprehend existing?
That could take place any time of the day. The community can contact the CSG. Some examples might be there might be an anti-Semitic incident that's taken place over the Sabbath. Someone might be down shopping in a particularly Jewish area and something's happened there, and they would then let us know about that.
And when CSG Victoria receives reports of that kind, what might it typically do with that kind of reported information?
We would debrief the individual who was party to the incident, making sure that they're okay, and if needed, we would then pass that on to police, depending on the magnitude of the incident.
Do you have any general understanding as to whether there are organisations like CSG Victoria in other countries around the world with more sizable Jewish communities?
I am aware of them, yes.
Do you know of any countries in which those sorts of organisations operate?
South Africa have a large community organisation. The United Kingdom have a very large organisation as well. There are multiple organisations throughout South America and Europe where there are large communities as well.
And for those jurisdictions that you have some awareness of, that is in respect of their communal security organisations, do you understand that the role that those organisations play have some similarities to the model that's in place for CSG in Victoria?
There are some similarities, yeah.
And you are aware that there are other CSGs operating within other states in Australia?
That's correct, yes.
The Royal Commission heard from one or more representatives of CSG New South Wales during hearing block 2. In your position as a leader within CSG in Victoria, do you maintain fairly close contact with some of the leaders of the CSGs in other parts of Australia?
With all of the leaders, yeah.
And are you able to comment at a high level on any concerns that you and the leadership of other Australian CSGs may have shared with one another about the threat environment facing Australian Jewish communities, particularly following the 7th of October of 2023?
We would have had consistent conversations throughout that period about the state of the Australian jury at that time, the rise in anti-Semitism. We watched very closely as anti-Semitism did rise over that period. We watched the nature of the incidents very closely. We saw the rhetoric ratcheting up. We were highly concerned by that. And we all shared the same concerns, and we ensured that our operational standing was relevant to the threat environment.
And when you noted the changes in incidents, and we'll be hearing later today from someone with more direct coverage of the CSG incident reporting, but from a Victorian CSG perspective, what's been your overarching observation about the nature and the prevalence of incidents that have been reported to the CSG in Victoria by members of the Jewish community following the 7th of October?
So those numbers have grown exponentially over those, what's nearly now 3 years. Not only have the numbers grown, but the nature of those incidents have escalated as well. What started with, graffiti is now verbal assaults, physical assaults on the Jewish community, and so we did see that over the last nearly 3 years increasing.
Is it right that there are a significant number of the members of CSG in Victoria who are volunteers?
That is correct.
And for these volunteer members of the organisation, would they typically perform security guard shifts without pay?
Typically, yes, but there are other roles that our volunteers do play as well.
And for other roles, for example, research, analysis, incident logging that you mentioned earlier, is it the case that there are a number of individuals within CSG Victoria who volunteer their time to those tasks as well?
Yeah, that's correct.
And are there some members of CSG Victoria who might combine some paid hours as an employee together with volunteer hours, either in that same paid role as essentially unpaid overtime, or with volunteer hours perhaps contributing to other roles in the organisation as well?
Yes, that's at the vast majority.
The vast majority
of our staff are also volunteers.
Are also volunteers. And do you understand that circumstance to be broadly similar for the CSGs across the country? That is to say, the level of contribution by volunteers to the organisations?
I'd say that would be pretty consistent around the country in the CSGs, yeah.
And I understand that you've sought to ascertain, as best you can, an estimate of the total number of volunteer hours that have been contributed by CSG personnel across Australia over the last few years. Is that right?
That is correct.
And from the CSG Victoria perspective, you've overseen the collection of that data?
Yes.
And you've requested equivalent data from leaders and contemporaries who you communicate with of other CSGs across the country?
Yeah, that's correct.
Now, from the data that you've been able to collect through that process, around how many hours have you estimated that CSG personnel across the country volunteered in the year 2023?
2023, we're looking at around 62,749 hours.
And if we take I suppose a rough estimate that a reasonably full-time working week working year is about 2,000 hours of a person, does that sound like something like just over 30 years of full-time work equivalent?
With my limited maths on the spot, yes, it does sound about right.
Now, how many hours have you managed to estimate in terms of volunteer contributions across the country by CSG personnel for 2024?
2024, we sat just over 86,000 hours.
And that was the first full calendar year following the 7 October 2023 attack.
That is correct.
And how about for the 2025 year?
We looked at 113,712 hours combined.
So that's a significant uplift still on the 2024 year, would you say?
Yeah, definitely.
Now, in terms of those estimates, would you say that they reflect a floor or a minimum of the volunteer hours you were able to estimate?
I'd say that those are pretty substantially underestimated. You know, many of our shifts will take a lot longer than what we've accounted for here. A lot of our training sessions go a lot longer than we've accounted for. So we've done the best we can with the limited information, but I'd say that those are pretty substantially underestimated.
And do some CSG personnel serve what I might call on-call shifts, where they're not in attendance but they're being asked to attend somewhere if needed?
Yeah, that's correct.
And the hours that you've given by way of estimates, do they include hours that are served by personnel on those sorts of on-call shifts?
No, they do not.
You've done a calculation, I think, to try and estimate what the cost of the hours volunteered by CSG personnel over the 2025 year might have been if they'd been paid at the rates of commercial security guards. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
And for the 2025 year countrywide for the CSGs, what's your estimate of the commercial value of those volunteer hours that you've described as an understatement of the true hours?
It's just a little over $9 million.
And that's applying an estimate of commercial security
Average
rates.
commercial guard rates, yes.
And is it right that from CSG Victoria's perspective, the organisation deeply values the contributions that the volunteers of the organisation makes to its work?
Absolutely. It's almost impossible for us to do what we do in keeping our community safe without our volunteers, and we're eternally grateful for everything that they do for us and for the entire community.
And do you apprehend that a similar attitude might be expressed by the leadership of other CSGs around the country who you're in contact with?
Yes, absolutely.
And can you tell me at a high level what things have been like for the volunteers and also the paid staff of CSG Victoria who've been serving their community over the last couple of years since October of 2023?
The pressure has been immense on all of our staff and our volunteers. We ask more of them now than we ever have. It's completely unfair what we ask them to do. It's completely unfair what we ask their families to do to allow them to go and keep our community safe. I don't know that pressure will dissipate anytime soon. I know that our volunteers are completely committed to the mission, but it is a huge impost on all of us and our families.
And on an individual basis, per volunteer or per staff member, are you able to comment on how the extent of the service commitment per person might have changed compared to what it may have been like before the 7th of October of 2023?
It's fair to say that the requirements have nearly doubled in that period of time. Certainly when it comes to the protection of events in our community, those numbers have doubled. When I look at the number of staff we have, that's tripled. When I look at the number of synagogues we're protecting, that's well over double the numbers that we used to protect. And whilst our volunteer numbers, they do continue to grow, it's nowhere near what we need in order to meet the operational requirements for our community.
And are there any steps that CSG Victoria has sought to implement of late to support its personnel through the sorts of challenges and burdens that you've just referred to?
So we offer a lot of psychological support for our volunteers. Wherever possible, we make psychologists available for them to meet with and talk to. If we do feel people have burnt out or are close to burning out, we'll ensure that they take some time off. We try and communicate with them as much as possible, give them opportunities to give us feedback if they do need to take a break, and wherever possible, look after their health and their well-being as much as we can.
I want to ask you about a different topic, which is the relationship between CSG in Victoria and the Victorian Police in particular. You've noted in your witness statement, this is at, I think, paragraph 64, that CSG Victoria has a strong relationship with the Victorian Police Commissioner, Assistant Commissioner and their teams, as well as with inspectors and divisional commanders. Are you able to comment on those relationships and what they mean in practice for CSG Victoria in undertaking its roles and functions?
Yeah, those relationships are long-standing and incredibly strong. We're incredibly grateful for the support that Victoria Police provide to the CSG in Victoria and to the entire Victorian Jewish community. It's fair to say there's no ways we could achieve our objectives and our mission without the support of Victoria Police. We are there, to supplement the work that they do rather than replace them. We know that's not possible. And so what those deep relationships allow us to do is move really quickly when there is an incident or the threat level does increase. It means that we're able to get onto them immediately, have a very open and honest conversation about the environment, and more often than not we'll get the support that we request from Victoria Police.
You've just mentioned there that the concept of supplementing the work of police, that is by CSG Victoria as I understand it.
That's correct. Yeah.
From your perspective, can you indicate how you view the respective responsibilities on the one hand of Victoria Police and on the other hand of CSG Victoria when it comes to keeping the Jewish community in Victoria safe?
Yeah, I think CSG is there to be that proactive, preventative security body that stands outside synagogues, attends the events, where the police we see responding to those incidents and wherever possible proactively providing us with that support. But it really is, it's Victoria Police's role to uphold the peace, to arrest anyone that needs to be arrested and make sure that the community can live safely.
And are you able to comment on any changes in the nature of engagements between CSG Victoria and Victoria Police, particularly following the 7th of October 2023?
Yeah, there's no doubt post-October 7, we did see a huge uptick in the regularity of the meetings with Victoria Police. There's a fairly regular cadence to those meetings now throughout Victoria Police, in all areas of Victoria Police. And there's been a real push by Victoria Police to be as proactive as possible in meeting with us and ensuring that we're getting the support that we need.
And are you able to comment on any engagement that takes place between CSG Victoria and the Australian Federal Police?
We have a working relationship with the Australian Federal Police. It's certainly not as deep as the relationship with Victoria Police. We wouldn't meet with them as often, but we regularly meet with AFP Counter-Terror Command and have very worthwhile conversations with them around the threat environment, and wherever necessary we will provide them with threat briefs or incident updates as well.
And the engagement that does exist in that respect, is that an engagement that CSG Victoria also values as with
hugely
Victoria
valuable,
Police?
and definitely before October 7 that relationship was not overly strong, and again, to the credit of the AFP, they've gone out of their way to engage with us post-October 7 to ensure that we get any support that we need from the Australian Federal Police.
Now, given the role that CSG Victoria plays in providing security to the Jewish community in Victoria, is it right that from time to time it's taken steps to educate police officers about the Jewish community more broadly and about Jewish cultural awareness?
That's right, yeah.
And does that also include some education about the impacts of anti-Semitism?
It does. It talks about the threat environment, the threat context. It certainly explains the nature of the anti-Semitic incidents that are taking place, the number of those. We want to do everything we can to ensure that Victoria Police are aware of our context and the threat environment that we face.
And from a programming perspective, if I can put it that way, can you explain what some of that educational engagement that CSG Victoria has been involved in has looked like more recently? We
run training days for police. We were running them on a quarterly basis post-October 7. The demand for that has been so great from Victoria Police that we've had to add 2 extra sessions during the year. On average, in 2024, we had about 186 VicPol members come through that training and 4 AFP members. 2025, we had 247 VicPol members come through that and 18 AFP. So that certainly talks to the desire from Victoria Police to engage with our community, to learn about our community, and to make sure that they can keep our community safe as best as possible. More than just the threat environment, we also teach them about our community. We teach them about our culture, our heritage. They visit a synagogue, they visit a museum to understand more about our history and what it means to be Jewish.
And from your perspective as a leader of CSG in Victoria, are you able to share any observations that you might have as to what police officers who've attended those sessions might have indicated that they've taken away from them?
It's always positive. You know, the understanding that they get about our community, the understanding that they get about the nuances of our community, how to police our community, and more than anything, the respect that I hear from Victoria Police. I've yet to meet a Victorian Police member that doesn't have the utmost respect for the Jewish community and doesn't want to genuinely keep us safe. So I think that those training days have proved incredibly worthwhile, and it's a great way for the community and Victoria Police to get together and for them to understand what it is we require.
I'd like to ask you next about some of the administrative processes that are in place for CSG Victoria liaising with Victorian Police about securing Jewish events and functions. Is it right in broad terms that CSG Victoria adopts a risk-based approach when deciding whether to reach out to Victoria Police to request some police assistance or coverage for certain events?
Yes, that's correct.
And where CSG Victoria does have that communication with police with a resourcing request for an event, how does that engagement typically occur?
Typically a threat and risk assessment would be drafted. That would then be sent to Victoria Police. Depending on the nature of the event would depend on where we sent that information, but it could be anything from the Assistant Commissioner, it could be the local officer in charge. It would just depend on the nature of the event.
And is that something that might occur, for example, on a station-by-station basis from time to time?
For lower level functions, it definitely would.
And as you said, it might occur at a higher command level, even as high as the Commissioner level?
Probably not the Chief Commissioner, but Assistant Commissioner, yes.
Where there is a strong relationship already in place between the CSG personnel making that request and the officers receiving it, can you comment on how those sorts of requests might typically be approached by police?
Very positively. More often than not, there's often questions that come back to us about if there are any incidents or specific threats to that event, which we'll obviously answer as best as we can. There's normally a very open, honest dialogue around the nature of the event. Certain other operational questions will be asked of us that we'll then provide to police, and then an assessment will be made by Victoria Police, and then they will decide if they'll be providing support, and if so, what support they'll be providing.
Now, where an approach is made on perhaps that station level, have you become aware of any situations where, for example, there might be a newer police officer who's doing tasking at the local station who might have a slightly less full understanding of what it is that CSG Victoria does?
I think the nature of, certainly Victoria Police, I can't speak to any other police departments around the country, is the transient nature of it, that there are often new faces at station level. It is a challenge for us to always maintain those relationships, and so when we do find out that there's a new member of staff, specifically in a leadership position, we do everything we can to reach out and build that relationship. But yes, to answer your question, there will be occasions where someone new might be in the seat and we don't necessarily have the relationship with them, and we may have to go in and have a conversation around the nature of the event and the need for police support.
And in those circumstances where they might arise, is it the case that the communication line, at least initially, between CSG Victoria and police might become a little more challenging?
At times, but Victoria Police have been very good recently with position-based email addresses, which has certainly alleviated a lot of those concerns. So I'd say over the last 2 years or so that is something that has been, broadly speaking, alleviated.
And to your understanding, is there currently in place any formalised process or procedure as between CSG Victoria and Victoria Police in terms of the way that CSG ought to go about securing engagement of police for coverage of communal events?
I don't know that there's a formalised process or procedure. We're certainly very comfortable in sending them the emails as the first part of that process. I think for us the question more is around ensuring that, well, if we could get a formal structure in place where we understand the number of units and the level of support that we'll be receiving, not only for events but also different holidays from police, some sort of classification matrix where it sets out the operational orders and resources, including the capability of those resources. That is something that we would welcome.
Can I ask, is CSG Victoria broadly aware of some of the arrangements that exist in New South Wales, and particularly as between New South Wales Police and CSG New South Wales in connection with high holy days?
Broadly speaking, we are, yeah.
I might read out to you a couple of paragraphs from the interim report of the Royal Commission, which address some of those matters. Commissioner, for your note, this is paragraphs 4.30 and 4.31. These say New South Wales Police conduct Operation Jewish High Holidays for the 24-day period. The annual operation is planned by the Major Events Group in consultation with CSG New South Wales and the Jewish Board of Deputies, together with the involvement of the CTST Command. The current Eastern Suburbs PAC Commander has been the commander of the operation for the past 4 years. In addition to producing an assessment ahead of the high holy days, CSG New South Wales attends a security briefing with New South Wales Police, typically including the Commander, an Assistant or Deputy Commissioner, a Forward Commander and a member of the Terrorism and Security Unit. At present, do any features of those arrangements described in relation to New South Wales exist to your understanding in Victoria?
No, not to my understanding. There's certainly an operational plan that gets put into place by Victoria Police. At what level exactly that gets decided on, I'm not across. But the majority of what you've mentioned there, to my knowledge, doesn't take place in Victoria.
And to your knowledge, is there, say, a single major group within Victoria Police that looks after security for Jewish high holidays across a range of sites in the state of Victoria?
That would be done at station level.
And from your perspective, with your role at CSG Victoria, do you think that there might be some benefit in an arrangement of the kind that's been adopted in New South Wales being taken up in Victoria around the high holiday period?
So certainly from what you've said, that does sound appealing. That would no doubt be something that would be very well received by CSG Victoria. The more we can be involved in the operational planning, the more we can understand the threat environment, the more we can understand what resources Victoria Police are providing us, the better off our operational planning can be, and so that would be very welcome to us.
And you may or may not have seen that in its interim report, the Royal Commission recommended as the first recommendation that the procedures adopted by New South Wales Police in respect of Operation Jewish High Holidays should apply to other high-risk Jewish festivals and events, particularly those that have a public-facing element. Can you see any benefit of that kind of arrangement as described in that recommendation being applied for larger or higher risk Jewish festivals and events in Victoria outside of the high holiday period?
Yeah, absolutely. I think any time that we can work collaboratively with Victoria Police in the planning of and the operationalisation of events, that would be very much welcomed.
In hearing block 1, the Royal Commission heard some evidence from a lived experience witness who had attended an outdoor Jewish cultural street festival in Melbourne in March of 2026. That's a festival that you've referred to in your witness statement, is that right?
Yes, it is.
It was an event that CSG Victoria provided security coverage for?
That's correct.
And is it right that there were also personnel from Victoria Police present at that event?
Yes, correct.
Now, is your understanding that that street festival in March of 2026 was the first large-scale outdoor Jewish function in Australia to take place following the attack in Bondi on the 14th of December 2025?
So I know it was definitely in Victoria. I cannot say for certain that it was Australia-wide.
And given, in any event, the contemporaneity of that event to the events in December of last year, is it right that CSG Victoria assessed this function, this outdoor festival, as requiring the highest level of protection?
That's correct.
And in advance of that event taking place, was there engagement that occurred between CSG Victoria and Victorian Police?
Yes, absolutely.
And without going into any of the sensitive operational detail about what the security plan looked like, are you able to comment on when that engagement and how that engagement between CSG and the police took place?
It would have been many months before. I do apologise, I don't have that date right in front of me.
I can perhaps refer you to paragraphs 196 and 197 of your witness statement, if that would assist.
Yes, so the 6th of February 2026, a request was made to Victoria Police for support for that event.
And is it right that a pre-event meeting was held that involved both CSG Victoria leadership and also certain police leaders?
That's correct.
At the event itself, what security, what level of security, I should say, did you observe being in place from the perspective of the Victorian Police Force?
The level of security at that meeting that they told us they were going to be providing?
At the event itself.
Oh, at the event itself. So at the event itself was exactly what we had requested. It had multiple Victorian Police units. They were at the standard that we would request at an event like that. So we were very happy with the support that we received from Victoria Police at that event.
And did you receive any feedback as to how members of the Jewish community or perhaps the broader community who might have been in attendance felt being at that function?
I think broadly speaking, the overarching response was one of sadness that we needed it, but appreciation that it was provided.
And for future events, and particularly public-facing events, do you think that the sort of engagement that CSG Victoria had with Victoria Police in advance of the street festival might be a useful template for other major functions?
Absolutely.
I want to ask you some questions about how CSG in Victoria is funded. Without giving me the exact figures, has the cost incurred by CSG in Victoria changed over the last few years since October of 2023?
They certainly have. Our budget has pretty much tripled since October 7. That's where we're sitting at the moment.
And broadly, again, without indicating specifics of that expenditure, what are the additional strains that are giving rise to those increased costs and budgets?
Substantial staffing has been required to meet the requirements of the Jewish community. And so we've had to make sure we've been able to scale up to meet those demands. We've had to provide multiple casual support from a security point of view to different events that ordinarily we wouldn't have to provide support for just because of the nature of the threat environment. Technology has had to keep up to speed with what's happening, and so we've had to invest heavily in technology. Those are the main areas that we've had to spend substantially on over the last 3 years.
Historically, what's been the primary source of funding for CSG Victoria?
Majority has been from community support and philanthropic families and donor support.
And is it right that the organisation also receives some security levies from communal organisations that it might provide services to?
That's correct.
Over the years, CSG Victoria has received some grants from either local government, the Victorian government or the federal government, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And is it right that the most substantial of these grants was after 2023 through a grant allocation provided through the Executive Council of Australian Jewry?
Yes, that's correct.
And the CSG in Victoria is grateful for that grant allocation?
Absolutely grateful. In fact, I don't think we could, in fact, I know we couldn't do what we're doing without that money.
Now, taking into account that grant allocation and also other grants through local government or the Victorian government, overall since the 7th of October 2023, what has remained the primary source, what has been, I should say, the primary source of CSG's funding?
We still rely, in the majority of the cases, on our community, be it either through levies or donations, to fund the CSG.
And while the CSG in Victoria relies on those levies or fundraising from donors for a substantial proportion of its expenditure, do you have any concerns about sustainability of the financial model for the organisation?
I have major concerns about the sustainability. It is unfathomable for me to see us being able to continue to provide a fit-for-purpose community security mechanism based on the current threat environment without that government funding. Our community simply cannot, and in fairness shouldn't have to, support the security of the Jewish community. And so for me, it needs to be ongoing, committed amounts to our community so that the CSG can continue to operate at this level. But more than that, it's around the community's need to not, that we should not have to carry this burden. There shouldn't be this financial burden on being Jewish today, and I don't see how this is sustainable, nor do I see why it should be sustainable.
And at paragraph 120 of your statement, you've listed some of the Jewish venues and organisations and businesses in Victoria, and I won't ask you to give the detail of that. And you go on to outline some of the existing security arrangements in relation to some of these venues. And I want to ask you this, does CSG Victoria consider, as matters stand, that the government funding that's been made available has been sufficient to provide what CSG considers to be adequate security protection at all of the Jewish sites that you've mentioned?
No, I do not.
Does CSG Victoria have concerns as matters stand about the current level of physical security measures at some Jewish sites across the state?
Yes, we do.
At paragraph 175 of your statement, you've stated that urgent and sustainable financial solutions are required to ensure that Jewish life and the Jewish way of life can thrive in Victoria. You've said earlier that protecting Jewish life and Jewish way of life is CSG's mission. Can you tell me first the key role that you see CSG Victoria playing in protecting Jewish life, the first part of that mission statement?
So I think without the CSG today, unfortunately, I don't think many people would feel safe to go to synagogue, to attend events, or to live a Jewish way of life. We've become a critical infrastructure for the community, for the confidence of the community. That's unfortunately linked to CSG presence at events and synagogues. The amount of phone calls that I get asking me or someone in the CSG, will you be present, will you be at an event? And the sense of relief that we hear from them when they hear that we'll be there is a little bit scary for us, how the reliance on the CSG. So we are there to reassure the community that they can go about living a Jewish way of life, and that is always has been and still is our mission, and we'll continue to do that.
So it's not only safety, but it's reassurance that
Absolutely.
one can live a life in safety.
Yes, exactly right.
Commissioner, might I ask if we could take a brief adjournment to arrange for the hearing room to be closed for a short time?
Yes, indeed, Ms Phillips. I'll do that now. Yes, sir, will you take an oath or make an affirmation?
I'll take an affirmation, please.
Yes.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please stand.
I do.
So you're giving evidence today under a pseudonym, ACR, and your name and address are known to the Royal Commission, and your image will not be shown on the live feed. You've prepared a witness statement dated the 18th of June 2026, is that right?
Yes.
Commissioner, that has doc ID stat.899.0078.0002_R. Does that statement remain true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It does.
I tender that statement, Commissioner.
Yes, the statement will be received in evidence.
You were born in Australia
I was.
and you've lived in Australia your entire life.
Yes, that's right.
You've described being raised as a proud Jewish Australian,
Yes.
and you're now trying to raise your own children in the same way.
That's right.
You've said in your statement that for most of your life you saw being fully Jewish and fully Australian not as a contradiction but as a privilege.
Yes.
Are you able to explain that?
I was raised as a proud Jewish Australian. I've got traditional Jewish identity and a strong connection to the land of Israel as the ancestral Jewish home, or homeland of the Jewish people. I'm committed to Jewish life, but at the same time I'm fully engaged in Australian society, and I see that as a privilege that I'm able to maintain that Jewish identity and connection to community, but at the same time to be fully Australian in every ordinary sense, as is my entire family.
And as part of the commitment to Jewish life and the engagement in Australian society that you've just described, is it right that you hold leadership roles in both Jewish organisations and in organisations that serve broader Australian society?
Yes, that's right.
And that includes a leadership role within a Jewish school?
Yes.
And also within a medical organisation?
Yes, and medical research, yeah.
And you also work full-time in a professional services role?
I do.
And it's also the case that you're a long-serving member of the Community Security Group in Victoria, is that right?
Yes, that's right. I've been involved in the CSG in Victoria for almost 25 years, so I'm probably one of the organisation's longest-serving members.
And is it right that you volunteered very many hours to the work of CSG in Victoria over those years?
Yes, that's right. I'm a volunteer. I've always been a volunteer within CSG.
You have, in that capacity, various leadership responsibilities in relation to the coordination of security for Jewish events and sites. Is that right?
Yes, so over the years I've held a number of operational and strategic and other roles within the organisation. I'm a senior leader within the organisation, and in that capacity I'm involved in assisting with the coordination both in Victoria and national coordination of Jewish community security around the country.
You said that growing up in Australia you don't recall anti-Semitism as a defining feature of your life, but that's not to say that it was absent. And I wonder if you could expand on that, and particularly with reference to the level of service that you gave to the CSG prior to the 7th of October 2023.
Yeah, sure. So as I said, I've been involved in CSG for almost 25 years, and so although I grew up in an environment where I didn't face personal anti-Semitism on a regular or sustained or significant basis, I certainly did, and there were circumstances where I did face it, whether that be when I was playing football for the Ajax Jewish football club, or when I was involved with the Jewish Student Society on campus and faced anti-Semitic activity from some of the far left on campus. But it wasn't a defining feature of my life, but certainly I was well aware and understood that anti-Semitism and the need for security for our Jewish community, that's not a new phenomenon. Yesterday is, I think, 32 years since the Jewish Community Centre in Buenos Aires in Argentina was blown up by Islamists who were directed by Iran and carried out by Hezbollah. And through my training and study of terrorist activity around the world over the years that I've been involved in CSG, I've well understood the nature and significance of the threat and the need for security for our community in order to be able to go about its Jewish way of life.
And sir, did you grow up knowing that members of your family had been involved in the Holocaust?
Yes, very much so. So my paternal grandparents both survived the Holocaust. My paternal grandmother in particular spent time in some ghettos during the Holocaust and also a number of concentration camps, including Auschwitz. And that's certainly been part of my awareness and upbringing as a Jewish Australian, as it is for many people in the Jewish community here in Australia. There's a lot of people who are first, second, now third generation of Holocaust survivors, and so it was certainly a part of my awareness and upbringing, growing up in that family and with people who were
and did you grow up learning about other members of your extended paternal grandparents' family, what had happened to them?
Yeah, so pretty much all of them were murdered during the Holocaust. So if we talk about my paternal grandmother who went through Auschwitz, she and her brother and her mother actually all survived, and the fact that you could have a mother and then two children survive actually is somewhat of a miracle. But yeah, the rest of their families, other than just them, perished, and all of their extended family perished. And on my paternal grandfather's side, his entire family was murdered by the Nazis, and I was well aware of this growing up.
Yes, Mr. Phillips.
In the weeks leading up to the 7th of October of 2023, you visited Israel on a trip.
I did. So as I mentioned, my family and I consider ourselves Zionists, and we've got a close connection to the land of Israel. And this was an opportunity for us to take my two young children together with my wife for a holiday, which coincided with the Jewish high holiday period. And so we spent a few weeks holidaying and travelling in Israel, and as part of that the festival of Sukkot came up, and my parents were able to travel to Israel and meet us there, and so we spent that period of time together in Israel.
And you returned home to Australia to resume work, presumably, before the 7th of October, but your parents were still visiting there on that date, is that right?
That's right. So we left Israel, I think, 3 days before October 7, obviously by chance, and my parents were still in Israel on October 7. They were intending to remain there for a week or two to spend some more time there and visit family and friends.
And they described to you sheltering within bomb shelters around those days, is that right?
Yes, they spent October 7 hidden in bomb shelters and in safe rooms, and then ultimately were able to escape from that environment and travel to Dubai, where they could eventually return home.
You've said in your witness statement that prior to the 7th of October of 2023, your service to the CSG in Victoria was a commitment, but it was not central to your lived experience. Did things change after the 7th of October?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I've always been a committed volunteer in CSG, and it's always been, a significant role and contribution from an hours perspective and from a contribution perspective. But the magnitude of that has escalated. Significantly would be an understatement since October 7. It's now, probably more like a second life alongside the first.
You were on shift in November of 2023 when violence broke out from a protest that occurred in Caulfield, is that correct?
Yes, that's right. So we describe that as the purgatory violence, and I was, operating as a CSG volunteer at that time, as part of the CSG response team, and so I was on the streets of Caulfield that evening and witnessed those incidents and that violence and that aggression, with my own eyes personally.
You describe in your witness statement seeking answers after that event about how the Jewish community could be left so exposed. Has that feeling of exposure remained in the period following late 2023?
Very much so. Yeah, as a leader in the CSG, I was one of the people who met with the Victorian Premier and members of her cabinet and a number of senior Victoria Police members that next day after the violence that broke out, seeking answers and as to what occurred and how it could have occurred. And yeah, from my perspective, the situation for Jewish Australians has only continued to escalate from a concern and threat perspective since that time.
Can I take you forward to the 14th of December of 2025? Where were you that evening?
So on Sunday the 14th, the evening that the Bondi attack happened, I was at Melbourne Airport, coincidentally on my way to Sydney. I had a week of meetings, business meetings coming up that week, as you mentioned, in my professional services capacity. And so I was at the airport waiting to board my flight that evening when, within a minute or so of a couple of minutes of the shots first being fired at Bondi, my phone was ringing.
And what did you do after you first heard the news of what was happening at Bondi Beach?
I walked out of the airport and I drove straight to the CSG headquarters, where I assisted with the operations and the crisis management that was occurring there, and remained there until sort of early hours the next morning.
Since the 7th of October 2023 and then since the Bondi attack last year, are you able to describe how your commitments to CSG Victoria have intersected with the rest of your life, including your professional paid work and also your family commitments?
Well, I suppose, as I mentioned briefly before, it's somewhat of a second life now. I think most of my days now begin with early morning CSG meetings. Most evenings or nights end with either meetings or briefings or my own training sessions. And then throughout the day, I am regularly taking calls and responding to messages from members of CSG, staff, volunteers, concerned members of the community and other Jewish community leaders who are seeking my input or advice in relation to Jewish security matters. And so it's all-encompassing would be the way I would describe it.
You've described a sense of being always on call.
Yes, that's right. Always on call from a practical perspective, because I'm on call as part of the response capability that CSG has, and also on call, I think, mentally because of the constant threat environment that we need to support.
You referred in your witness statement to the cost of volunteering and to this not only being borne by you but by your family. How do you see your volunteering manifest for your wife and your children?
Yeah, so that's right. The cost is borne not just by me but by my family. My wife lives with the disruption, the emergency alerts that go off at all hours of the night, the abrupt departures that I have because when my emergency alert goes off, I need to grab my equipment and run out the door and go and respond to whatever is going on in the community, and that happens at different points in time, suddenly, without any real visibility as to how long that will take and when I'll be returning. And so the parenting burden as well as the emotional drain and stress associated with that is borne by my wife and family.
So the cost of volunteering that you're referring to there, it's not a financial cost, but it's a personal and a familial one.
Correct. I've certainly never thought about the financial cost associated with the time I give to CSG. That's something that I've always been proud to do, as are all of our volunteers, but the cost I refer to there is the emotional one on my family.
And another way that you've identified that your security role has entered your family life is in relation to the Jewish events that your family members attend. Can you comment on that?
Sure. So, I'm very reluctant to support support, I won't say allow, because clearly my family can make their own decisions, but I very much discourage my family from attending Jewish community events, particularly when I'm there in a CSG capacity, because selfishly I don't want to put myself in a position where I would have to decide between extracting them or dealing with a threat if something arose. And so that's incredibly difficult. And then even when we do attend Jewish events from time to time, when I'm there in a personal capacity as a member of the community, I'm never fully there, is the reality. I'm always on alert, I'm always carrying my CSG equipment, and I'm always sort of scanning the area and switched on, and never really able to fully relax or enjoy the experience like others would.
And you've commented on how your CSG role impacts your own ability to sit inside a synagogue, for example, next to your own father during services.
I don't really remember the last time I sat in synagogue with my father and properly participated in the service. Even when I am there on the odd occasion, and I still have my CSG earpiece in, listening to the radio, I'm scanning the environment, I'm running through scenarios in my head as to how I might need to respond if something was to occur inside the synagogue, and I'm not really there in the truest sense.
And you've also commented on the impacts that your CSG involvement has had on your social life and the cognitive load that you're carrying at social engagements. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, I reflected on it as part of putting my submission together, that I think I've probably over the last few years just taken the view of trying to remove myself from a number of social environments, probably because I don't want to either have to gloss over what is going on and how dangerous things are for our Jewish community, or at the same time share that mental load with people. And so I've just taken the view that it's easier to just not engage, and so I've probably taken that approach more often than not over the last few years.
Paragraph 28 of your witness statement, you describe feeling yourself carrying a heavy burden of responsibility since October the 7th. Are you able to describe the weight of that burden?
Sure. I mean, as one of the leaders of CSG, I carry the weight of responsibility, I suppose, twofold. One, as one of the people charged with helping to lead an organisation that, all of our Jewish schools, synagogues, community facilities, organisations and events rely on for security, and that many in the Jewish community depend on in order to be able to live a proud Jewish way of life. And so I carry that responsibility and I feel it, but I also feel it in relation to the CSG volunteers and their own safety and well-being, the significant responsibility that they carry, their safety, their mental state, the dangers that they face, the pressures that they're under, how much is being asked of them in such difficult circumstances. That certainly weighs on me, and I carry that sense of responsibility for their safety and well-being.
And do you have any concerns about what might happen in future if protective security is not a first-order priority?
Well, I mean, it keeps me up at night. I think, I feel like it would be incredibly difficult for the CSG to effectively carry out its mission of protecting Jewish life and Jewish way of life, and I think that would mean that many, if not most, of our community would be incredibly uncomfortable participating openly in Jewish life, attending Jewish schools, attending Jewish synagogues, attending Jewish events and participating openly. And I think where effective, protective, proactive security is not the first order priority, that's the danger.
You said in your witness statement the current environment is not experienced only through the most serious incidents, it's experienced through the steady accumulation of fear, vigilance and uncertainty that people carry into ordinary life. Do you see part of your role at CSG as assisting with that fear and uncertainty that community members face?
Very much so. And part of our mission is to protect the Jewish way of life, and that's to give the Jewish community a sense of safety, a sense of psychological support and safety and security so that they can go about their Jewish way of life. So part of the role is actual security, and part of it is that feeling that they know that we're there, they know that we're providing the support, they know that they've got an infrastructure around them that enables them to be able to live a proud Jewish way of life.
You've indicated that your grandparents survived the Holocaust and that most of their families were murdered by the Nazis.
Yep.
Is it right that that history has always been part of your own personal background?
Certainly, yeah, it's something I was very much aware of.
And you've commented in your witness statement that this history was not something that you expected to feel pressing on the daily lives of your own children. Is that right?
Yeah, I certainly thought that the Holocaust and the period of time that my ancestors lived through was something of history and something that we should learn from and certainly take the lessons of, but that it was history, and that here in this wonderful country that my family and I would be able to go about our lives safely and happily, and that my own children would be able to grow up in a wonderful country where they can be openly and proudly Jewish and fully participate in Australian society, and that those things are not a contradiction.
And in today's threat environment, do you have concerns about your own children and their security in Australia?
Very much so.
In addition to your involvement in the CSG, you've mentioned that you're involved in a Jewish school leadership role.
Yep.
And you've referred at paragraph 60 of your witness statement to a painful contradiction. What's that contradiction?
Yeah, so in my role within one of the Jewish day schools, part of the role is about building Jewish life. And that's not just about building facilities and buildings, but it's about having a state of permanence and cultural pride, a symbol of our Jewishness. And the contradiction is that on the one hand I'm devoting time and attention to try and build and grow that, but on the other hand I'm very concerned about whether or not this country is in fact going to be safe for my children to grow up and live in. And so I think that's the contradiction that I'm trying to articulate there, that between those two aspects.
Paragraph 67 of your statement, you've commented that you see the security of the Australian Jewish community as a kind of test for Australia itself as a country. Can you describe how you see that test?
Yeah, I do. I think it's a real test for our country and for the fabric of our society. If one group of citizens, of people, can't live openly and safely and confidently without extraordinary security and vigilance and constant calculation, then I think something really important has gone wrong in our national fabric. And so that's why I think that this is a significant test for our country, not just a challenge for the Jewish community.
Thank you for coming to give your evidence today.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, sir. You are excused. And we'll now take the lunch and adjournment till 2 p.m. Yes, Mr. Lancaster.
Thank you, Commissioner. I call Witness ACP, who's present here in the witness box.
Yes.
Can you swear to make an affirmation?
Affirmation, please.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Your name and address are known to the Commission, and you're giving evidence under the pseudonym ACP.
Yes.
You've prepared a written witness statement dated the 7th of May 2026. Is that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, that's correct.
Commissioner, there's a redacted version of the document that I tender. It's STAT.899.0055.0017_R.
Yes, the redacted statement will be admitted as an exhibit.
Now, you were employed by CSG New South Wales from June 2019 until November 2023?
Yes, that's correct.
And after that time, you've been periodically retained by CSG New South Wales for specific projects?
Yes, that's correct.
And in particular, you were the author of the annual CSG analysis of reported anti-Semitic incidents throughout Australia for 2022 to 2024, is that right?
Yes.
And there's a recently finalised report for calendar year 2025.
Yes, that's correct.
Were you also the author of that report?
Yes.
Now, these annual reports collect information on anti-Semitic incidents that are reported to CSGs all across Australia for each calendar year.
Yes.
And we heard in hearing block 1 some evidence from Ms Julie Nathan of the Executive Council of Australian Jewry. As you understand it, a significant part of the data that she relies on and receives for her report is provided by CSGs.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, can I ask you about the methodology for CSG's collection of data for the purpose of these reports? So your statement indicates that individuals or organisations can report incidents to CSG?
Yes, that's correct. So the scope and purpose of the report and the way the data is collected relates to the channels in which reports are made to CSG. So reporters can make reports to CSG about incidents through the national CSG hotline. They can also make reports via the CSG website. There are also various other mechanisms through which the reports are made.
They include reports that might come through CSG volunteers or staff members
Yes.
at a particular incident.
Security personnel, yes, are often a large source of the reports.
Yep. And when incidents are reported to CSG, what steps does CSG take in relation to the reporters?
So when it's first reported in, the report is triage. So if it's a live incident, live action will be taken, such as if police need to be contacted, if there's a response that needs to be put into place on the CSG side. And then from there it goes through a assessment process to determine which steps there need to be taken in terms of further reporting to law enforcement or authorities and whether there's any follow-up that's required.
And in what circumstances would that triage process result in CSG contacting the law enforcement authorities?
First and foremost, it's usually when it constitutes a criminal offence, but it might actually be, it might extend beyond that. So that's in the case if there's intelligence value by providing those reports to the police and other authorities. And that's notwithstanding whether the victim of the report wishes to report the incident to the police themselves, if there's value in also sharing that information in that regard.
So from time to time, the reporter might be hesitant themselves to report
Yes.
something to police, but CSG takes that step
Yes.
for them?
And that's with their consent, of course.
Now, you've described the way that anti-Semitic incidents are classified according to a nationally set classifications system that CSG has developed, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's been sought to be applied consistently since it was established in about 2018.
Yes, that's correct.
And that enables year-on-year comparisons on a consistent basis. Is that the intention?
Yes, that's the intention.
And there are three main categories for reporting of incidents by CSG. Could you describe them, please?
Yes, so the first incident is an anti-Semitic incident, so that's defined, I might pull the exact definition up, but that's defined as any malicious act aimed at Jewish people, organisations or property where there is evidence that the act has anti-Semitic motivation or content, or that the victim was targeted because they are or are believed to be Jewish. The other two categories relate to reports that don't fall into that category. So reports of activity, the first being hostile reconnaissance type reports, and then the others that don't fall into that category that are still reports and recorded for the purpose of data.
So that second category, I think you've referred to it as suspicious activity, but
Yes.
where some reconnaissance might be
Yes.
appropriate.
Yes, that's a better word, yes.
And to go back to the definition that CSG uses when categorising incidents, that definition has been adopted from one used by the Community Security Trust in the UK, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. That was as part of the 2018 national coordination at the time. It was decided that that would be the system and framework that was used, and it was because it was a proven model used in the UK, particularly in relation to how they liaise with government and the effect of that report in that sense.
And you've described that history in your statement, and you've indicated that application of that particular definition, in your view, errs on the side of excluding incidents about which there might be some debate about whether or not it's actually anti-Semitic. Could you explain that approach and
Yes.
why it's undertaken?
Through the lens which CSG operates as an apolitical body, there's an intention to remove any sort of incident that might have political contention, and it's to ensure that the data set is reliable and accurate. This means that there is a risk that potentially there is underreporting, and so the main utility, or the main use of the report, is to provide a trend analysis over time. And that also notes that hate crimes are underreported as a whole, so the idea is that these reports serve as a way to track trends.
Yeah. And another characteristic of the incident reporting that CSG undertakes that you refer to is that in order for it to be formally recorded for the purpose of this annual reporting, the incident itself must be formally reported to CSG.
Yes.
Can you explain why that is appropriate?
It's to ensure that the data set's reliable, and it's not subject to the person that puts the report together, in the sense that if I were to author the report, the idea is not that it's dependent on what incidents I can find myself, but more based on a reliable data set of reports that are made to CSG. It's also intended to reflect the levels of reporting into CSG, so it serves both of those purposes.
Yep. So just to be clear, it's not a survey by CSG of apparently anti-Semitic incidents. It relies on formal reporting from identified reporters of incidents
Yes.
with the character you've described.
Yes, it's meant to be a report on the reports themselves, as opposed to a broad kind of overview of anti-Semitism across the country. I'd say that's what the scope is.
Are incidents involving, for example, neo-Nazi symbology recorded as incidents?
It depends. For incidents involving the public display of the Nazi swastika, those are categorically recorded as anti-Semitic. For the remaining incidents, it depends on the context.
You've said in your statement that reports of incidents that are anti-Israeli by nature are not classified as anti-Semitic, and but you have recognised in the statement that sometimes incidents with anti-Israel components do require a close manual review to see whether they are also anti-Semitic. Could you just elaborate on that a little?
Certainly, there's definitely an overlap there at times, and so when reports are first made to CSG, it goes through a review process at the time, and that data is put into the system, and then once this report is collated, it also goes through a second review, and each incident is reviewed. And if there's a case where it's kind of unknown as to whether it falls into the category of anti-Israel or anti-Semitic, if it's unknown, it's not included in the report. So I guess that goes back to the point before, if there's any sort of doubt, it's not included. And for an incident that is anti-Israel by nature to be anti-Semitic, it needs to involve some sort of anti-Semitic discourse or motivation, or it needs to be targeting the Jewish community because of the identity aspect of it, as opposed to political discourse.
I'll take you to the 2024 report in a moment, but the report does divide anti-Semitic incidents into a number of subcategories, and could you identify the various subcategories that are involved and the other ways that the data is collected?
So in the 2024 report, the 6 categories were extreme violence, assault, threat, damage and desecration, abusive behaviour and literature, noting that damage and desecration is one category in itself.
Yes.
And then those categories have broadly expanded into the 2025 report, but not in any way that's going to impact the analysis of the data. There's also other analysis that the report goes through as part of that.
And I think you also identified obviously the time at which the incident occurs and its geographic location.
Yes, that's correct.
And by reporter type and reporter method, is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So if I could bring up the 2024 CSG analysis of reported anti-Semitic incidents in Australia, which is NCS.001.001.0050_R, onto the screens. And on page 4, there is an executive summary of the 24 report. Could we turn to that, please?
Yes.
And in the executive summary, there's a bar graph which shows the total number of anti-Semitic incidents reported according to the methodology that you've just described from 2018 to 2024. And obviously enough, 2024 provided the highest number of anti-Semitic incidents to that point in the calendar year.
Yes, that's correct.
And the key findings, could you just describe the key findings on the right-hand side of the
Yes.
page?
So the first key finding in this instance was that it was the highest number of incidents recorded in a calendar year by CSG, and that was since it's started collecting data of this nature. There was also a 26% increase in incidents compared to 2023, and then prior to that in 2023 there was an 88% increase, and also in 2023 that was the largest or the highest number of anti-Semitic incidents ever recorded in a calendar year. So in that sense, there were unprecedented levels of incidents that had been recorded across the country. Aside from the nominal figures themselves, there was a finding that the nature of incidents were more severe.
Yeah. And you in the right-hand column, you've addressed in the executive summary some of the key findings, of which abusive behaviour was the most regular, 804 incidents, and then 75 acts of damage and desecration. This is for the 2024 year alone, wasn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
And then 71 in the threats category, 62 assaults, 27 incidents of anti-Semitic literature, and then 6 acts of extreme anti-Semitic violence.
Yes, that's correct. And in this report, we saw an increase in incidents within the categories that are considered more serious, so that being extreme violence, assault, damage and desecration. There was still a high number of threats too, but they didn't see the same increase.
Yes, and the third bullet point on the key findings list indicates the geographical distribution across the country, doesn't it? So
yes.
Victoria with the highest reported number in 2024, accounting for just under half of all incidents, followed by New South Wales at 39%, and then there are the numbers for WA, Queensland and the ACT and the other states.
Yes.
Now, can I take you over then to page 5 of the document?
Yes.
And the first bullet point on that page shows the location by type of venue, doesn't it?
Yes.
And what would you like to highlight from that?
So the key finding here was that most incidents occurred in public places, so that was 43% of all incidents. That's consistent with what we've seen in previous years. Most incidents occur in public places, followed by a substantial number of incidents at synagogues, being 181, and then 151 incidents at Jewish organisations, and so on.
Yeah. And then, if you can ask the operator to highlight the third bullet point on the left-hand side of the page, which identifies where assaults occurred. And then if the operator could go please to the right-hand column, to the first bullet point, indicates the summary of the time at which incidents occurred. So 188 occurred on the Jewish Sabbath, 122 occurred on a Jewish festival day. And then the third bullet point on the right-hand column, you refer to the proportion of incidents that were notified to police. Can you address those statistics?
Yes, so in 2024, police across the country were notified of 370 incidents, so that constituted 35% of all incidents, and that relates, the 35% relates to the point that I made in the beginning about which incidents are referred to police depending on the purpose for that and the nature of the incidents.
Yes, and the report also records what happens by way of law enforcement action once
Yes.
CSG or a reporter refers it to
Yes.
the police. So, for example, can I take you to page 21 of the document, which indicates that an offender was, this is for the 2024 year, charged in relation to 37 of the incidents, at least so far as CSGs were aware. Could you
Yes.
describe some of the limitations on CSG's understanding in that respect?
Certainly. So there were, an offender was charged in relation to 37 incidents, and relevantly it was a 30% increase compared to 2023. It's important to note that we don't expect most incidents to fall into that category. Most incidents that are reported to CSG do not constitute criminal offences, and therefore we wouldn't expect charges to be laid in relation to them. There's other limitations in terms of the report itself, so this finding is reliant on that data being relayed to CSG by relevant law enforcement bodies across the country. There's other limitations too, in the sense that in most cases for an offender to be charged, the victim in the first instance needs to elect to proceed with that and provide the necessary evidence for that, and that's a key obstacle I'd say that we see is that in lots of cases where an incident could possibly constitute a criminal offence, the victim or witness does not want to proceed with a victim statement with police. And then finally, I would say that many incidents which on paper potentially constitute an offence, such as graffiti or comments that are made on social media, while they might be an offence themselves, it's, from what I understand from the feedback that police have provided, it's very difficult for them to prosecute those offences in terms of both the identification of the offenders and then any evidentiary limitations.
Yes. And I don't think I need to go to it, but the report also indicates, for example, in relation to Victoria, for 2024, there are about 500 incidents reports and 12 charges, of which CSG is aware were laid by police.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, is there any adjustment to the process of CSG's engagement with police that would assist CSG in relation to receiving information about whether charges are in fact laid as a result of complaints?
Potentially. I'd firstly make the point that this varies state by state, so each CSG will have their own liaison with their respective police force in their jurisdiction. I can speak for New South Wales, given I've had insight into that, and since I was in an operational role previously. In New South Wales, the New South Wales Police Force Engagement and Hate Crime Unit, from what I understand, provides a quarterly report with relevant hate crime data and incident data. And the purpose of that is to provide anonymised data that can provide trend analysis and also assist CSG in tracking charge data and also marrying up the reports on their side with that of the police. I can't speak for other jurisdictions and states across the country.
You've referred, I think, to the role that kind of feedback can have, which is of utility for community reassurance purposes.
Yes.
So how does that work?
Yes. So with the scale of incidents that have increased, if there's a corresponding increase in charges and prosecutions, it can be viewed by the community as quite a good thing, and it provides that comfort and reassurance. From a CSG point of view, to the extent that CSG can assist victims further, it also assists with providing that support if they are going to court, or where I guess incidents have progressed to that stage. And as I said before, it also provides that broad trend analysis and can help identify certain gaps in intelligence or other sort of resourcing.
The report also, as you've described, records suspicious activity reports, and I think across Australia for the 2024 year there were 1,458 reports of suspicious activity over the course of the year. What type of incident does this involve, and what's the utility in collecting that data?
So these incidents usually involve suspected cases of hostile reconnaissance, and so that can include, for instance, taking photos of sites or other similar activity which may be assessed of being possible hostile reconnaissance. The utility in tracking this shows the levels of activity that occur, and then I guess within the reports themselves, if they need to be referred to law enforcement or other agencies, action can be taken by CSG in that regard on a case-by-case basis.
I see. Can I ask you now about the 2025 report? This has only very recently been finalised, or it's still in the stages of finalisation, perhaps?
Yes. Yes.
So the whole document won't be available to the public at the moment, but can I ask you some questions about some of the outcomes?
Yes.
Just for the record, the document ID is NCS.599.0001.001_R. It, as you've described, it covers the 2025 calendar year.
Yes, that's correct.
And if we can perhaps just do this without necessarily going to the document in the first instance, but your report identifies 1,276 anti-Semitic incidents across Australia reported in the way in which you've described.
Yes.
For 2025.
Yes, that's correct.
And what proportion increase is that on the higher year in 2024?
Yes, so that was a 22% increase, and once again it was the highest number of incidents recorded in a calendar year by CSG.
And in respect of the highest reported incidents by jurisdiction, Victoria on page 5 reveals 569, and closely followed by New South Wales, with 543.
Yes, that's correct, and that would broadly mirror the demographic spread of the Jewish community across the country.
So the proportions across the jurisdiction appear to have remained much the same, but the total number of incidents has increased substantially, as you indicated.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, on page 6 of the document, if you have it there, the incidents occurring at synagogues increased very substantially, and also schools. Can you address those rises?
Yes.
In the third bullet point on page 6.
Yes, that's correct. And compared to many of the previous reports, so not just 2024, but reports prior to that, that wasn't a trend that was seen previously, and it shows that, well, in the cases of prior years, such as 2024, most of the incidents that occurred in public places were opportunistic in nature, or that's what we assess. In 2025, when they were occurring at synagogues and other Jewish sites, in that regard, it's assessed to be more targeted, and I guess in the areas in which Jewish people reside.
Yeah, and I think I referred you to page 6, but if you go back to page 5, the key findings also include some findings for the 2025 year in relation to the number of incidents occurring on the Jewish Sabbath or on a Jewish festival day. Could you address
Yes,
that?
so 247 incidents occurred on the Jewish Sabbath and 141 incidents occurred on a Jewish festival. Again, these figures were substantial, but I guess, given that that's when Jewish people are most visibly in public, it's a trend that we consistently see across all reports and years.
And particularly disturbing part of that trend seems to be the school children going to and from school, particularly if they're visibly Jewish.
Yes, so that's a figure being 51, which is still high compared to our previous records, but also on its own is quite substantial. And yes, mostly involves Jewish school children in uniforms from Jewish schools, travelling to and from school in public settings, such as on public transport and the like.
There's on pages 8, 9 and 10 of the 2025 report, there are the statistics about the various subcategories of anti-Semitic incidents. Page 8 addresses extreme violence as a category.
Yes.
Of course, 2025 included the Bondi Arnica attack, so that's that's a prominent part of that. Could I ask you about the assault category on page 9? What's involved in, what sort of incident is involved in that category?
Yes, so for the purposes of the report, an assault is defined as any actual or attempted physical attack against a person that constitutes actual bodily harm or common assault. This can include violent use of force, chasing a target with a perceived intention to cause harm, and projectiles, including when the target's missed. But the intention is that it broadly covers the notion of an assault, and that's below the category of extreme violence. In 2025, we recorded 31 anti-Semitic assaults. There's an example there that's included, which I'm happy to speak to.
Yes.
Yes. So the one that's included here includes a group of young men who abused 3 identifiably Jewish men, firstly by yelling anti-Semitic slurs at them, and then the group of men assaulted the 3 Jewish men by punching, kicking and striking them, which caused them serious injuries.
And I think that incident was the 1st of November 25 in New South Wales.
Yes, that's correct.
The report also includes a category of anti-Semitic attack called the threat.
Yes.
And what does that include?
So a threat, for the purposes of the report, is classified as any directly communicated intent to inflict a violent or hostile action. Threats may be verbal, written or physical. And so in 2025, CSG recorded 79 threats. This figure is consistent with the high number of threats that have been recorded in 2024 and 2023. Relevantly, there was a spike in 2023 quite substantially, and it's sat at that same sort of level since 2023. So from a trend point of view, it's noteworthy. By way of example, there was an incident on the 16th of August 2025 in New South Wales where a male held a knife out of his window and shouted profanities towards identifiably Jewish individuals, and relevantly he'd been involved in previous incidents where he'd yelled anti-Semitic remarks at Jewish people walking past, and this was nearby a synagogue.
The report also describes incidents in the damage and desecration category, and the report identifies that in 2025 there were 237 incidents in that category throughout Australia, with 53 targeting Jewish buildings.
Yes.
Another category is the abusive behaviour category, which you deal with on page 10 of the 2025 report. And that notes there were 605 incidents reported nationally of abusive anti-Semitic behaviour.
Yes.
And the report includes a whole series of examples of that kind of conduct, but frequently involving an abusive verbal attack on identifiably Jewish people in public places.
Yes, those are the most common sorts of incidents we see within this category.
Within the anti-Semitic category more broadly, or?
In terms of within the abusive behaviour category, verbal abuse would constitute a large portion of that.
Yeah. And the 2025 report likewise reports on law enforcement action.
Yes.
And on page 18, you've identified that police were notified in relation to 346 anti-Semitic incidents in 2025.
Yes.
Resulting in an offender being charged in relation to 67 incidents.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. And could you give a brief description of how that played out state by state, or jurisdiction by jurisdiction?
Yes. 29 of the offences within that category, or the charges, sorry, were in Western Australia, so that constituted 43%, 24 were in New South Wales, 36%, 13 were in Victoria, 19%, and 1 was in Queensland. And again, these are incomplete in the sense that they're reliant on these figures being passed on to CSG by relevant policing bodies.
Yes. And the report also notes that there are many incidents logged with CSG that, even though they might have met the threshold for a criminal offence, aren't notified by victims for various reasons.
Yes, that's correct.
This particular report for 2025 doesn't break down the figure of 346 incidents according to jurisdiction. Is that right, or does that appear there?
Not according to policing jurisdiction. There's a geographic analysis, but yes, not according to policing jurisdiction.
Now, the report also refers to a notional conversion rate, that is, of charges coming out as a consequence of incident reporting. What does your analysis reveal in that respect?
Sorry, are you able to repeat that question?
Yes. So, yeah. So I was just attempting to get to the proportion for Western Australia.
Yes.
What you call the notional conversion ratio is 24.4%.
Yes.
So what does that ratio describe? Is it the proportion of total incidents to total charges subsequently being laid?
Potentially, might not be looking at the same. The 42%, if it's at the bottom of the law enforcement action section, relates to the number of incidents that have occurred within a certain police district as a proportion of total incidents statewide. In terms of the conversion rate for Western Australia, there were 29 charges laid relating to incidents out of a total of 119 incidents across the state.
So approximately a quarter.
Yes.
Thank you. And the and is there any other aspect of the 2025 report that you'd wish to draw particularly to attention in terms of the current environment as CSG sees it?
I would just also note that on the law enforcement action side, there was a 97% increase in the charges laid.
Across the country?
Yes, across the country, and I think that goes towards the efforts that have been made by the police to prosecute hate crimes. It also reflects, I guess, the nature of the threat landscape and also the number of incidents overall, but I think that's an important point to note across the board, that section. And I think, yes, for the entire report itself, there were a very high number of incidents that recorded in 2024, and in spite of that, we've still recorded a 22% increase this year. So for 2025, sorry. So I think that reflects the current state of the threat landscape in that sense.
And can I ask when you anticipate the 2025 report being publicly posted on your website?
Shortly. From what I understand, it's yes, very shortly. But I don't have a precise timeline, unfortunately.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You are excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner, the next witness is also using a pseudonym, Witness ACS.
Yes.
Affirmation.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Now, your name and address is known to the Royal Commission. You're giving evidence under the pseudonym ACS, and your image will not be shown on the live stream. You've prepared a written statement dated 15 July 2026.
That's correct.
Is the statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Commissioner, the ID is STAT.80001.0490_R, which I tender.
Yes, it will be received as an exhibit.
You are a Jewish Australian based in Melbourne in your 20s.
I am.
You serve as a senior volunteer and staff member of the Community Security Group in Victoria.
That is correct.
You also work full-time in a corporate role.
I do.
You have that full-time position separate from what you do with the CSG.
That's correct.
You've described in your statement growing up in a traditional Jewish home, and that this and your schooling fostered a strong Jewish identity, and you've described an early awareness about how Jewish people are perceived in Melbourne community in particular. Can you describe that?
Yes, I think from a very early age, it was apparent to me that the Jewish community was particularly vulnerable. I went to a Jewish day school, and my earliest memories involved there being security guards out the front. So a large portion of my life was spent inside essentially a guarded compound. Outside of school, I was aware I had family members that had come through and survived the Holocaust. And so from a very, very early age, it was part of my upbringing to understand that there was a significant risk to the Jewish community.
In your university days, you're involved with the Australasian Union of Jewish Students.
Yes.
And you joined CSG in the early 2020s, around the time that you commenced university studies.
That is correct.
And you volunteered for CSG alongside your studies at university.
Correct.
So what sort of time did you devote to CSG activities while you're at uni?
While I was at university, I was an active volunteer and staff member. I commenced in a staffing role at CSG Victoria the year after I joined, and I took a part-time position in which I was primarily responsible for the contact and debriefing and investigative process in relation to reports made to CSG Victoria.
So what sort of time would you be spending week to week or month to month?
When I was at university, it was approximately 20 hours a week in a paid staffing capacity. That fluctuated significantly, and when you added on the volunteering component, it was up to around 40 hours a week.
And then after you'd finished university and took up a full-time corporate role, what kind of time do you dedicate to CSG activities?
I continue to work as a staff member. I was asked to contribute to the Royal Commission response for or on behalf of CSG Victoria. So that's been this year. But since finishing up at university, I've continued to take on a slightly more strategic role within the CSG. In terms of an hourly commitment, it still is around the same. Somewhere between 30 and 40 hours is as high as it gets. Depending on my commitments, that may be less at times, but I still maintain a very strong number of hours work within the CSG.
And you've described the variety of roles that you've performed in your time with CSG over the years, and you've referred to being involved in incident reporting, but you've also spent time in crisis and emergency management roles with
That
CSG.
is correct.
And so what does that involve?
My position within that was largely during crises. I helped develop with the rest of the team specific procedures in relation to sub-parts of the organisation, and that extended to training and ongoing continuous improvement work.
Can I ask, you've also indicated that you're often on call as part of the human resources that CSG Victoria can call on?
That's correct. I'm in 2 or 3 technically different on-call responsibilities that are distinct roles. And so for all intents and purposes, I feel like I'm on call 24/7. We heard from an early witness today. The same sort of thing. It's not unique across the CSG to feel so deeply committed to the mission to protect Jewish life and Jewish way of life, insofar as the fact that you feel or actually are on call in a 24/7 capacity.
Can I ask about your observations about the frequency of incidents being reported before and after 7 October 2023? Pre-October 2023, you're a university student but still heavily involved with CSG, and that involvement continued after October 23. What did you observe about the nature of incidents and their frequency?
Mm-hmm. In terms of the nature and frequency of incidents, we saw, or I experienced, the frequency of anti-Semitic incidents in particular was around 1 in every 3 days within Victoria before October 7. Now, for someone that wasn't in CSG or that relatively recently joined, that was still a fairly alarming statistic. And I heard firsthand from these victims and witnesses what that meant to them and their fear, not just for their personal safety sometimes, but fear for the broader state of their ability to live as a Jewish person within Victoria. After October 7, it simply got worse, and it got worse incredibly quickly. I recall scarcely 24 hours after the October 7 attacks, there was an incident in which a vehicle was reported driving around Caulfield North, yelling profanities and yelling abuse directly linked to the October 7 attacks. And that was probably the moment that we realised that what had happened overseas was strongly resonating back here for those that wanted to do harm to the Australian and Victorian Jewish community.
And you've referred to the fact that one of the striking impacts, so far as you are concerned, wasn't so much exhaustion or fear, but the realisation that you'd become conditioned in a way to an increasingly hostile local environment. Can you explain that?
Yes, I can. I think it's important to note that when exposed to these sorts of incidents and then obviously material online and the broader CSG environment, I quite quickly became desensitised to the impact. And even to this day, I'll see something that is objectively shocking yet not have the visceral response that I should have, to be perfectly honest. And I think that it's not just a problem that you see at CSG, probably also in law enforcement as well. So in terms of the impact, from that perspective, there's a significant psychological impact. And because I was getting used to the nature and frequency of incidents, and I think as an organisation we were becoming accustomed to dealing with what was occurring on the ground, it became a new normal, and we speak about it relatively frequently using those terms. I think that because we've reached that point, it's become apparent, and it may mask the true impact of what's happening and the severity of what's happening on the ground, in that because we are coping, I'm not going to say we're coping well, but because we are managing the situation, the scale of its enormity is probably not being understood in the way that it should be, and it would with a fresh pair of eyes.
And indeed, you've reflected on this in your statement, and you've described it as a paradox in paragraph 29. Could you speak to that?
Absolutely. I think the more effectively that we, as CSG, but more broadly the community, have adapted to what's changed. I think, pre-October 7 and post-October 7 in particular, I think before October 7 you would get organisations might at times question the need for security at their events, and I think nowadays that's definitely not a question that's asked, it's an assumption. So because we are adapting to that degrading environment, it's much, much easier to overlook that growing burden on volunteers on financial resources, and on the quality of Jewish way of life. I think those are probably, that paradox is that while we're more effectively managing the situation, we're actually hiding that growing burden because we are managing it. And it's, that's the point that I'm trying to raise there.
Thanks. Your statement also provides some detail about the period during which you were with the Students' Society, and you, I think, were preparing a report for CSG at the time on the university environment. What did you draw from that examination of the time you were at university? I think it was in 23, 24. So.
There were a few things that I drew out. I think my own experience at universities highlighted the problem in a very real, very confronting way. Whilst personally never the victim of an incident on campus, I witnessed incidents in which Jewish people and separately Israelis were clearly targeted. And then within a CSG context, writing the university activity report, which CSG published in 2024, highlighted to me the scale of the problem and kind of more specifically how quickly it grew with university encampments. One of the observations that we made in that report was that generally what I would describe as less concerning types, and certainly less threatening or less violent incidents such as graffiti and stickering, could be analysed as a leading indicator for future violent or aggressive action. And that the statistics did support that conclusion. It was important to note that that report included not just anti-Semitic incidents, it included incidents that were described as anti-Israel in a similar way, and there are sets of definitions that have already been provided to the Commission in that regard. But the main takeaway from that was that when public perception changes within a small community, as universities are, particularly in comparison to the broader Australian community, it can cause a significant impact to Jewish students very, very quickly. So the requirement to effectively prevent first, and then if that's not possible, respond to acts or occurrences that are of concern to the Jewish community is particularly important for social cohesion.
Can I just ask you, you note that from what you could see, the university was not always applying the IRA definition of anti-Semitism, and you say in that regard the university would often say that incidents were anti-Israel or anti-Zionist in nature, incidents that you saw as clearly anti-Semitic. Can you just give us one or two practical examples of that?
I can.
Conduct?
I think there's one distinction I'd like to draw, which is that not every instance where an incident was reported to the university I believed was necessarily anti-Semitic, and so I didn't expect them to treat it in that way. But there were cases where there was obvious targeting of identifiably Jewish people displaying no connection to Israel, targeted with anti-Israel or anti-Zionist rhetoric. Examples are very numerous. I think I came across 80 to 100 examples. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but they include things like accusations of genocide and baby killers and the like.
This would be directed to students, say a student had a Magen David on.
Correct.
And that nothing else to distinguish the student apart from the fact that they were obviously Jewish.
Correct.
And the response when a complaint was made was to say, well, that's just that's a comment on political affairs or something of that kind.
To an extent, yes. It depended on the nature and the specifics of the incident, but there were cases that I'm aware of in which that was what was reported to us, and the response was either there wasn't sufficient or there was no evidence or insufficient evidence that had actually occurred, or that identification wasn't possible and therefore it was going to be dismissed. and in a very small number of cases, it was deemed that it wasn't a breach of the definition of anti-Semitism as it applied. So my reflections on that is that IRA wasn't consistently applied, partly because of a lack of evidence, but also potentially, and again, incident-specific, because the university didn't understand the full context and what the application of IRA actually looked like or should have looked like.
Thank you.
You've made some observations in your statement about your awareness, of course, of the CSG annual reporting of anti-Semitic incidents, but you believe that while they're extremely valuable, they may need to be complemented by other reporting, and indeed we've heard evidence this afternoon that they don't profess to be covering the field. What, in your view, should be added to those CSG reports?
I think that from my perspective, and it's a perspective that I share with a few members of those in my division within CSG, is that anti-Israel and anti-Zionist behaviour is in itself a form of harm, and it may harm the Jewish community. We at CSG in Victoria and nationally track anti-Israel incidents. You spoke to a previous witness about the nature and classification of incidents. One of those is anti-Israel. And so I think it would be pertinent for the public to understand that in its own right, separate to the anti-Semitism report, so that the community has a stronger understanding of how anti-Israel and anti-Zionist discourse may affect the Jewish community, and therefore what might be able to be done about what is ultimately damaging social cohesion.
And are you referring there to the type of incident you spoke to the Commissioner about in answer to her question?
Yes, so there are examples in there where someone was targeted perhaps because they had an Israeli flag, but they were called all manner of slurs. So that might be classified as an anti-Israel incident, and it wouldn't have required an application of IRA in that particular instance from my perspective, and therefore it wouldn't be classified as anti-Semitic, but it should be something that is understood by the general public as detrimental to the fabric, the social fabric of Australian society.
Can I ask you about reporting to the police? And you understand that CSG Victoria maintains strong relationships with the Victorian police, which you value?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And what has been your experience with dealing with the Victorian police?
My personal experience has been positive. I have at times interacted with witnesses and victims that are or have refused to or been very hesitant to report incidents to police. By my estimation, and it is backed by the data that I've looked at, albeit not particularly recent data, it's only around 1 in 5 incidents that are classified as anti-Semitic that are reported by the victim to police. The reporting arrangements between CSGs and police vary from state to state, which is why if you look at the national reports, you'll see that generally speaking fewer incidents are referred to police because police in Victoria require a victim statement, whereas in many cases victims do not feel safe to do so. Even on an anonymised basis, they'll still refuse to make a report to police.
So the reluctance is concerns about further threats to their safety?
Correct. Further threats to their safety and the desire not to expose their identity or a general mistrust in law enforcement.
Now, in terms of the way CSG operated from your perspective in more recent times, how did the Hanukkah attack at Bondi affect CSG in Victoria in terms of its activities and its understanding of the threat environment?
I think we've always recognised and prepared for the events similar to what happened at Bondi. We are very aware and we train essentially the case where a terrorist attack against a Jewish event or venue would take place. I think what changed for us was how real and how fresh and how apparent that was, in that it had physically manifested to our colleagues in New South Wales, essentially. And that was shocking. I recall being, I believe, the first CSG Victoria representative to actually speak on the phone with a CSG New South Wales representative. And the realisation dawned on me shortly after that my partner's best friend was on shift at that function. And that was shocking to me and scary, to be perfectly frank.
Yeah.
While the nature of CSG is quite a tight-knit and strong community, we all felt it, as did the entirety of the Australian Jewish population.
You've also described some other aspects of the personal impact on you, in particular of the time and energy that you've put into CSG, and you've calculated the number of hours that you've spent volunteering. Can you describe those numbers for us, please?
Absolutely. So since about 2021, when I joined CSG, my very conservative and frankly underestimate is around 8,400 hours in total time. That includes about 3,500 documented hours of volunteering. In addition to that, there's about 1,500 hours of unpaid work, which would be part of the responsibilities that I undertook as paid employment, and the remainder is that. And those hours are split across several roles. They include, time on the street, per se, in our operations centre, undertaking research analysis, and as you mentioned before, in crisis and emergency management. And so, by those back of the envelope calculations, that's essentially a full-time role on top of full-time study or work.
How do you manage that, and how will you manage that into the future?
That's a great question. My family keep asking me the same thing. The answer is, I think that with a very strong community, and I have to be extremely thankful to my family and my friends for the support they've given me to be able to operate at this level. But I think long term it's not sustainable. It's not sustainable for anyone to be working essentially 2 full-time jobs at once, especially given the risks associated with working in Jewish communal security. So from that perspective, I don't really know how to continue operating beyond continuing amidst the existing threat environment. I know it's necessary, and therefore I'll do it. And that's kind of the approach that I keep seeming to take.
And do you have any reflections on a more sustainable model for resourcing of organisations in the CSG network than presently exists?
Yes, I think that one of the benefits that I've had, and although it came from a time of immense stress for me, was the ability to speak with a psychologist to work through some particular stresses. I went and had a health assessment done due to my degrading health at a point in time. I think it is incredibly important that those sorts of psychological support, professional psychological support, is necessary for the work that we do at CSG in particular. I think when you're exposed to the various forms of harm and the intensity of workload, it's not something that you can simply manage yourself. You need to have the support network around you, and I think I've identified, aside from the professional support, which is something that I think should be, part and parcel of general CSG work, and we do offer it, but it's expensive. I think that the 2 other things that have helped me get through it is the CSG family, and I'll talk a little bit later about leadership outside of the CSG. The CSG family, because a lot of the work that we are doing is sensitive, we can't go and speak about with whoever we like. Indeed, from my experiences, virtually all of my friends now would be people that I've met through CSG. And the reason that that's the case is because only they understand the true scope and nature of work that I've done, and by consequence the impact of that work and the time that's taken. So I think that's definitely something that's helped manage the pressures. And the second is strong leadership outside of work, and to that I refer to my work in my corporate role, in which there was very strong positive leadership from the top, being the CEO, particularly post-Bondi, that made Jewish employees feel seen and heard and safe. And I think those are the things outside the CSG that have contributed positively to my well-being.
Thanks. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir. You are excused.
Commissioner, the next witness will be giving evidence by AVL without their image shown on the screen under a pseudonym, ACU.
Yes. We're hopeful of seeing ACU on the screen, I take it.
I don't think so. I think just the audio, Commissioner. I think the connection has been
I understand, Ms. Phillips. Witness, are you able to hear me?
Commissioner? Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed. Will you take an oath or make an affirmation?
An oath, please.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Witness, you're giving evidence today under the pseudonym ACU, and your name and address are known to the Royal Commission, and I can confirm that your image will not be shown on the live feed. Is it right that you've prepared a witness statement dated the 10th of July 2026?
Yes, that's correct.
Commissioner, that has doc ID stat.899.0001.0495 _R. Is that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
I tender that statement, Commissioner.
Yes, the document is admitted as an exhibit.
Witness, you are an Australian woman who grew up in a Catholic family in an Australian country town. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Growing up in that environment, what was your understanding about racism in Australia?
My parents had a very inclusive, open house for everybody, and the only racism that I was very aware of was for the First Nations peoples. But I really must say that all different backgrounds live together happily, respectfully, and openly, able to discuss differences and accept everybody. It was how I was brought up.
Your sense of being an Australian, you've said, is deeply shaped by service and by remembrance. Are you able to comment on that?
Yes, my grandfather fought at Gallipoli, and we have a deep tradition on Anzac Day to gather at the cenotaph, and it is all formed really around that, around being generous to your country that actually gives you so much too.
Is it right that you married a Jewish man and together you and your husband decided to raise your own children in the Jewish faith?
That's correct, yes.
And you've said that you celebrated Shabbat every week, Jewish holidays, plus Christmas with family members from both sides of the family. Is that right?
Yes, I actually think with Christmas we have as many Jewish as we do Christian, and at Shabbat there are many Christians as Jews arrive for all occasions. It's sort of it never really thought about just all-inclusive.
And you've said in your witness statement that for a long time your Jewish identity sat comfortably within the fabric of broader family life, and that you believed that Australia was a country where that kind of coexistence was secure. Is that right?
Yes, definitely.
And has that belief changed for you at all?
It has now, since October the 7th, definitely.
And can you describe that shift?
I suppose it started on October the 8th, when there was an expression of glee about what happened to Jewish people in Israel. And then on October 9th, again at the Opera House, where there was chanting there about F the Jews, we're the Jews, when the sails were being still lit by blue and white in remembrance for those who had lost people. It was also significant there that the Jewish people were told not to attend that remembrance. And that was very perplexing to me, that, and probably this beginning of my naivety towards the Australian society, and that the higher people in higher positions, I thought, would have ensured that Jewish people could have gone there to have a vigil and be united in that grief and in that terrible time, and yet we were the ones to be told to stay away.
I think you've
So it continued.
Sorry,
It then continued slowly unraveling from then.
You said that your own family, I think, instilled within you the importance of community service. Is that right?
Yes, growing up we had a few rules in our house. We had to study hard, get a job, do team sport, because you learnt more from your team members than they gave you good life lessons, my dad would say. And we also had to volunteer.
And each of those values, are they ones that you have sought to instill within your own children?
Yes, that's correct.
And one of your daughters is currently in her mid-20s, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
She was born in Australia and she's spent her whole life in this country?
Yes, that's correct.
She attended a non-Jewish school for her schooling?
Yes, except for, I think, 1-2 years. Yes, she was in a non-religious school.
And she currently works full-time in a professional job, is that right?
That's correct.
And your daughter, who we've been discussing, she's also a volunteer with the Community Security Group, or CSG, in New South Wales, correct?
Yes, she is.
Before October of 2023, is it right that your daughter had been already volunteering for some time with that organisation?
Yes, quite a few years.
And how had you, as her mother, viewed that volunteering role to that point in time?
I saw that it was something that she needed to do, and it's a generosity, I suppose, of time. It takes courage. With CSG, it's a very quiet service. It's not a highly recognised role, and there's lots of training, lots of commitment, and a lot of responsibility. And I think there's also a lot of pride in the group for what they do, what they represent, and who they protect.
Can you tell me about your observations as to the amount of time that your daughter has contributed to CSG New South Wales more recently, and particularly after October of 2023?
Yes, she perhaps spends equal amount of hours in her full-time job as she does with CSG, and I would suggest that even when she's in attendance at home at dinners, she's only partially present. There's always messages. Many times dinner is taken to her while she's on Teams meetings or Zooms, or dashing in and out from one thing to the next. the intensity of it has definitely changed since October 7th, and it's endless hours. It's a physical being within her, and we feel that, and you can see that within our family as well now.
And from your own perspective, you've said in your statement, this is at paragraph 27, that your support for the CSG is no longer only about it being a community service. How have your own feelings about the work that CSG does changed?
I started off thinking that it was an admirable volunteer role that she was doing, but I must say now I live in 2 separate time zones, and when she's on shift, one is actually in my chest and the other one is on the clock. I do recognise that I actually just never imagined that such an ordinary volunteering role would come with such extraordinary responsibility. I suppose that's the easiest way to say it.
And you've mentioned just now, and you've also said in your statement, a sense of pride that you have in your daughter. And you've said in your statement that you're proud in a way that words don't quite capture. I might ask if you can try and put some words to that feeling, if you can.
Yeah, enormous pride in what she and all the other CSG volunteers do. It is a very quiet, unsung role, and they perhaps need to take pride in themselves to continue to do it, because there's no accolades from it. So that's even deepens my pride about the role that she's chosen to do. It's actually a really wonderful volunteer path that she has taken, and that pride, though, now is met with a little bit of uneasiness because of the incidents that have happened over the last few years.
And you've said in your statement that you're grateful also to the police, but that you feel that police cannot be at every location or event. What role do you see the CSG playing in that context?
I think the CSG are able to, the police can't attend every single Jewish event, so the CSG people are able to hopefully cover most Jewish events, whether it's education, worship, or just a gathering. I think that then allows for the community to continue to gather. I suppose they act as a bit of a buffer to reduce the shrinkage, because I know people feel very uncomfortable gathering for any event if it is not covered by CSG. Regularly on WhatsApp chats, there'll be a discussion about a vigil that's happening or a gathering of some sorts, and the questions always come back, are CSG covering this event? It's almost like it gets the stamp of approval. It's wonderful to see the New South Wales Police there, but it's also equally as unnerving to see them there. The fact that just to go to synagogue, that you actually need to have police there.
And you've said in your witness statement this, that CSG makes it possible for us to keep turning up as a community. And you've given one particular example in your statement of a moment that you've said that you think illustrates this. Can I ask you to share that experience or that incident with us?
Yes, we were at an event. There were a lot of mothers and daughters at the event, and everybody was gathering. The event was about to start, and a friend turned and said, "Is CSG here? I didn't see any CSG at the door." To which we said, "No, there's no CSG." That friend then left fled. They said, we are sitting ducks, I can't stay. And from what I understand, a few people did the same thing. Others just won't turn up to begin with, and it does allow our community to feel safe. And I know that that feeling of safety also is a weight that the CSG take when they're putting together, their security plan for our events.
And you yourself, have you on occasion made incident reports to the CSG of things that you've observed?
Yes, I have.
And what's prompted you to do that?
People have told me of an incident and they're too scared to report it. Some of them are, or people have actually told the police, but it doesn't actually fit really within a police role. Maybe it does now after Bondi, but then it didn't. Additionally, CSG are able to put together a lot more about the community quicker when it is very, Jewish focused, and they're able to connect the dots.
And in terms of your own daughter's involvement in the organisation, you've spoken about the practical impacts and the burden from an hour's perspective on her daily routines. Are you able to comment on any of the psychological impacts that you might have observed in the family or in the home arising from your daughter's service?
So from my Catholic side, they often will comment that it's like she's never at Christmas because she's always protecting other families at the high holy holidays when they're together. So she's never able to turn up to family functions. That visually, just that lack of presence as the family member at the table is quite painful for me as a mum, and I'm sure it's hard for her as well. When you walk in and walk in for Friday night dinner and everybody's like packing up and leaving, and there's an exhaustion that comes with it, and the weight of her responsibility, it's measured in my heart for her, and I think the entire family feels that too, that she can be there but not really be present and part of the family because she's still undoing what has happened or processing what has happened or preparing for what is the next shift that she's about to go on.
And for your own part, in response to perhaps what your daughter's witnessing and experiencing, you've described a cumulative emotional burden. Is that right?
Yeah, there is that, definitely. I suppose every parent hopes their child will make the world a better place, but you don't really expect that they'll do so in putting themselves in harm's way. And that burden that my daughter carries, I carry with her, and then the absence of having her at family functions is, it's noted.
You've concluded your witness statement with a reference to the Manchester terror attack. Do you understand that was an attack on a synagogue in Manchester in October of 2025, coinciding with the Jewish festival of Yom Kippur?
Yes.
And it's your understanding, I think, that there were Jewish security volunteers who were harmed in that attack. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you've described what goes through your own mind when you think about that incident in your witness statement. Can I ask you to share that with us?
Yeah, Manchester, I suppose, was just profoundly sobering for me. It made the unimaginable actually feel possible, and it changed something inside of me in the way that I look at my daughter's role and all of CSG's role. It showed me that every volunteer has a family waiting for them to come home. And the volunteers there, they were targeted because of the service that they bring to the community and because of who and what they actually protect. Zionists, non-Zionists, all people, all Jewish people, all people, they protect them all. And since Manchester and now Bondi, every shift carries a different emotional weight. And yeah, it's just an extraordinary responsibility that is of high clarity to me since Manchester.
Thank you for your evidence, witness.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. You are excused.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner, the next witness is Mr. Jason Steinberg.
Yes.
Affirmation.
You solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the affirmation of you will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Mr. Steinberg, what's your full name, please?
Jason Steinberg.
Your address is known to the Royal Commission. You've prepared two written witness statements. The first is dated 25 June 2026. Are the contents of that statement true and correct?
They are.
Commissioner, the ID is STAT.899.001.0239, which I tender on the basis that its contents ought not publicly be disclosed because it may adversely affect the security of the Jewish community in Queensland.
Yes. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, the first statement then will be received as a confidential exhibit.
And Mr. Steinberg, you've prepared a second statement dated 17 July 2026.
I have.
You've notified two corrections to that statement. So in paragraph 3, the second word in that sentence should be paternal.
Yes.
And in paragraph 25A, in the third word of the first example, the IE should be deleted.
Correct.
Subject to those corrections, are the contents of that statement true and correct?
They are.
Commissioner, I tender a redacted version of that statement, which is STAT.899.0001.0515_R.
Yes, the second statement, the redacted version thereof, will also be received as an exhibit.
Mr. Steinberg, you live in Brisbane?
I do.
You work in the private sector and you have decades of experience in business development, media, public affairs across various industries and sectors.
I do.
Your own great-grandparents fled Russia to escape Tsarist persecution, and after settling briefly in Harbin in China, came to Australia in the early 1900s.
I did.
Yeah. You have been very active in the Jewish community, indeed the broader civil society, for over 40 years.
I have.
You currently hold the position of President of the Queensland Jewish Board of Deputies.
I do.
And that organisation is the roof body for Jewish communal leadership in Queensland.
It is.
And indeed you've represented the Queensland community on the Executive Council of Australian Jewry.
I do.
And you have served since 2021 as founding chairman of the Queensland Holocaust Museum and Education Centre.
I have.
You've also been involved in sports leadership, and you've served a term as council member of the Queensland Government's Multicultural Advisory Council.
I have.
For those many contributions, in June this year, you were appointed a member of the Order of Australia. Now, in your statement, you've described serving as a leader of the Queensland Jewish community, not just as a profound privilege, in your words, but one that carries a unique and punishing dilemma. Could you elaborate on that, please?
Unlike Sydney and Melbourne Jewish community, we don't have the depth of people or resources. So what that means is that the burden is carried by very few. So a lot of us double hat. We have professional careers and we also have our community career. And that places a significant burden on us as individuals, on our families and those we're associated with.
Can you describe in general terms the way the Jewish community is distributed in Queensland? Is it focused in Brisbane or is there a wider?
Yes, the majority of people are focused in southeast Queensland, but we're very dispersed geographically. Up and down the coastline, Cairns, Townsville, Maryborough, Sunshine Coast, out west to Mount Isa, and down to Coolangatta, which makes it a very unique position to advocate on behalf of that community, but also to ensure its safety.
Yes. Now, you've observed, is this right, amongst members of the Queensland Jewish community, their sense of security has been shaken in recent years. Can you describe that?
Yes, in similar ways to those community members in Sydney and Melbourne, we've seen a rise in anti-Semitism since the 7th of October, which has dwarfed any statistics which we've gathered. And that's created that sense of unease. And it's a curve that starts very low level of anti-Semitism and then has increased to levels of physical attacks, but also a major attack on our main synagogue, where a car rammed the front gates of that synagogue, narrowly missing any passers-by or any congregants. And that shook our community to its core, knowing that we can be targeted in that way.
That was an incident, I think, earlier this year, the Brisbane synagogue?
Correct, on the 20th of February this year.
Yes. The statement that you've prepared gives some other examples of incidents that have been brought to your attention, in paragraph 19 of your statement in particular. Could you just address a couple of those examples?
Yes, I think if we look at pre-October 2023, Queensland had a proliferation of right-wing extremism and targeting of our community institutions spread across the state. But since October 2023, across our community, the numbers of incidents of anti-Semitism have increased substantially, from graffiti through to postering on institutions, through our schools, through our political and civil spaces, and physical attacks as well.
Now, the Queensland Board of Deputies has conducted several online surveys of the Jewish community in Queensland over the last 3 or 4 years. Can I ask you about some of those? So there was a survey conducted in around August 2025 that you address in paragraph 23. What did that bring home?
Yeah, so the August 2025 survey illustrated that 71% of our community had experienced first-hand anti-Semitism, so direct attacks against them. They were identifying public hostility, from protests on the streets to widespread graffiti, posters being targeted. The erosion of institutional confidence was something that the community highlighted, that they were certainly concerned about being protected inside workplaces, schools, universities. And the source of hostility, they put that at political activism, educational spaces and media.
You've carried out another survey a little earlier this year, I think in March 2026, and that reported on, among other things, the impact on respondents' friendships due to hostile views from non-Jewish peers and friends. What did the responses indicate about that?
Well, more than half of the Queensland Jewish community reported that they had removed themselves from social settings and lost long-term friends, whether it be in social media or in the physical world. So their sense of place, their sense of being part of the Queensland society had broken down.
And this was only a matter of months ago that those surveys were undertaken.
Correct.
Now, you referred to the different structure of the Jewish community by reference to the population and the spread throughout Queensland, but it's right that Queensland does not maintain the same sort of staffed communal structures that are in place in Victoria and New South Wales.
Yes, that's right.
And so there is, according to your statement, an ever-increasing workload that needs to be borne entirely by volunteers.
That's right. So where people are double hatting as media spokespeople, as crisis managers, as triage for education complaints and anti-Semitism. So yes, it's a double burden.
And what sort of a economic and operational and personal toll does that take?
I think significantly on a personal level, the trauma of dealing with other people's trauma is taking its toll on people. The sustainability of having a volunteer administrative burden is not there for a root body that has to advocate for change in legislation or advocate for more police services. So it's very challenging, and some of our professional volunteers do say that they have turned away professional opportunities on the back of having to spend more time in the community.
Can I ask you about the relationship between the Queensland Jewish community and the Queensland Police as you perceive it? You've indicated it historically had a strong relationship?
Yes, historically, since the Board of Deputies started in 1948, very strong relationship and ties with the Queensland Police.
Can you outline some of the proactive steps that you've seen the Queensland Police take in respect of policing anti-Semitism?
I think the police are in a very challenging position where they have to police the laws that are in Queensland or nationally. And so what we've seen is, particularly after 7th of October, being able to identify what anti-Semitism is or what it isn't has been a challenge for the police. It's easy to understand right-wing extremism. It's a Nazi salute, it's a swastika, which a swastika is illegal in Queensland to show publicly. But without that, the other levels of anti-Semitism, of attacking Queenslanders as being genocidal terrorists, for example, in public, is not so easy to identify for the police. So our community have felt vulnerable because the police haven't been acting on that. But the Queensland Government have introduced new criminal penalties that have moved from the civil penalties into a criminal penalty around hate speech, but also most recently the Fighting Anti-Semitism Bill. It makes it illegal for terrorist slogans but also terrorist symbols to be shown, and we've seen the police be very active in terms of being able to identify that and move to criminal convictions.
You've referred to a couple of particular instances in the last year or two in respect of particular incidents that have been reported to you or that you've been involved in yourself. The Commissioner heard evidence in an earlier hearing block from Deborah Conway about events that she has been targeted at. You provide a perspective from a Queensland incident in that respect?
Yes, in April of 2024, Deborah Conway was the guest at a small bookshop in Brisbane, and when I mean small, I mean a very small footprint. And there were about a dozen Jewish communal members in that facility, but they were set to by a mob of anti-Israel protesters who were banging on the glass outside from the street. The police were called to that location, but due to the difficulty in communicating with the activists, that event became harrowing for the Jewish community.
Not just those who were in the bookshop, but by reason of its broader recording and publication.
That's right. It certainly sent shockwaves through our community that members of our community, some descendants of Holocaust survivors, were put in a position that their grandparents may have been in Nazi Germany, with a rabid mob outside wanting to attack them, and coincidentally, one of the main perpetrators of that action on that day ended up attacking the Queensland Premier and some of Cabinet by throwing eggs at them at a Labor rally on Labor Day of 2024.
You have also described an incident at a pub in Brisbane in May 2025. Could you describe that?
Yes, that was an event that was for Shavuot, a Jewish festival organised by one of our Zionist organisations, and one of the workers within that pub tipped off a pro-Palestinian movement who gathered in front of the facility to prevent Jewish people from entering. And Jewish people were abused, water was thrown at them, and they were in very close proximity to our community. Despite working with the police before that event, our CSG were unable to prevent that incident from happening, but the police did respond somewhat better than they did with the bookshop incident to be able to move the activists to the other side of the road to separate them from our gathering.
But that celebration was a Jewish festival. It was not either marketed or intended to be a pro-Israel gathering, is that right?
That's correct.
Now, what are some of the... In your statement, you've made a series of specific recommendations for improving the approach to protective security for the Jewish community in Queensland, and you've asked that the detail of that be kept confidential for understandable reasons, but you do describe it as a proactive defensive posture. Could you just explain in principle how you see the enhancement of protective security for Queensland Jews improving?
Yes, I suppose the nature of my recommendations are from a national level, because the threat against Queensland Jews is the same as it is in WA or ACT or South Australia or any other state or territory in our country. So my recommendations do cover the ability to preempt and prevent threats before they reach a gate or an event that the community may be holding, because without that proactive posture to pre-identify, I think we will struggle to maintain our safety.
You provide a particular example about what occurred in Queensland on the 14th of December 2025. And on that night there was a large outdoor Hanukkah gathering in the heart of Brisbane to celebrate the festival.
Yes, so the first night of Hanukkah is usually our largest celebration in Queensland. We had over 500 people in the middle of the CBD. We had 6 Queensland police officers armed, obviously, throughout that, working with our CSG. and my role on that evening was as Master of Ceremonies. So I had a report from the CSG that there was an active attack in Bondi Beach, and that the Queensland Police Senior Sergeant who was on site was informed about that occurrence.
Informed by
the
you?
CSG.
By the CSG?
That's right.
How did you, how did the police respond after that had occurred?
The Queensland Police, after they received verification that there was the attack, the number of police grew to 30 personnel, including specialised tactical and counter-terrorism units, and that allowed us to continue with our Hanukkah celebration. We had members of our community obviously understanding what was happening in Sydney and Bondi and the horror of that, but they wanted to stay with the police support and with the police protection.
You've described that as setting an exemplary standard of crisis management in your view, is that right?
Yes, it wasn't just that uplift and scale up of personnel from 6 to 30. It was the fact that they they escorted senior leadership to cars, rabbis to homes. They stayed with our community for 3 weeks at our synagogues, spanning weekends, religious services, to provide us a sense of safety for our community in a very challenging time.
Is there anything else you would like to address in terms of this proactive defensive posture, or being in a position to preempt the threats that you would like to see occur?
Yes, I think that relationship with Queensland Police and the Jewish community has been so strong and one built on trust, and I think that needs to be replicated at a national level to ensure that we have an approach which has that overlay of preemptive protection.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Steinberg. You are excused.
Commissioner, the final witness for the day will be Witness ACQ, and I propose to take all of his evidence in a closed session.
Yes. Yes, very well. It suffices, does it not, to ask any members of the public to leave the courtroom now?
Indeed. If there are any attendees in the court who aren't directly associated with the party with leave to appear, I'm afraid they will be invited to leave.